Welcome everybody to the 2016 Fronton King here on the northwest corner of Gran Canaria in the Canary Islands. Manny Vargas here with David Hubbard, and yesterday was a showstopper. It was incredible.
Yeah, that was unreal, and hopefully you guys checked out the highlights because it was amazing. Showstopper, talk about a heart stopper, some of those waves. Oh my goodness.
Yes, and today it doesn't stop. I mean, we still have the waves still pumping on the shallow reefs here at El Fronton. You got a chance to take a peek over your shoulder to see what the conditions are like. What is it like out there?
It seems like there's a little longer break in between those massive sets, but there's still some big waves looming out the back and some incredible rides to be had. We are hoping. No one was free surfing this morning. I think everyone's still kind of catching their breath from yesterday, but we do have the first heat making their way into the lineup, and we are expecting pretty similar conditions to yesterday. Should be absolutely amazing.
Yes, we have the first heat already out in the water. That means we are going to get rocking and rolling here for the continuation of round number 3, an elimination round. These heats are 25 minutes long. Top 2 waves are scored, and only one rider will advance on into round number 4. And here is who is currently out in the water to get the show underway.
It's Louis Finnegan versus Diego Cabrera. This matchup looks absolutely incredible on paper, and probably going to be exactly that exciting out in the water as well, because both of these riders, very fit, very powerful, very adept to surfing large, heavy waves. Diego Cabrera, of course, a local of Fronton. Even though he resides on Tenerife, we have just about a minute before we start this heat. Louis Finnegan, known for charging those massive right-handers down in Western Australia, so no stranger to big, heavy waves. He's actually competed here at the Fronton King a few times, so he's looking to go for it and try to capture that elusive title.
And if you heard it in the background, that is the start of the first heat of the day. Again, out in the water, we do have Louis Finnegan in the red jersey and Diego Cabrera taking a look at this one to start off the day. A big drop, slides under the pocket. Can he come out of this barrel? He comes out with the spit. Good morning from El Fronton.
Wow, beautiful opening ride for the local Canarian, Diego Cabrera, muscling his way into that beastly left-hander and exiting safely. We're excited to get the day started, and you know, not surprisingly, it's starting off with some fireworks right from the get-go.
Oh my gosh! If that's there's probably not a better way to start off your morning, but with a deep barrel here at El Fronton and Diego Cabrera starting off the show and the event on a good kick right there. So Diego Cabrera lining up that first heat of the day with a solid barrel. Let's take another look.
Yeah, here we can see as he's coming into focus, he just drops way down to the bottom of that. You can see how heavy this is. And then he gets that line, he gets some projections so that he can start speeding through this tunnel. Super heavy and a big spit. He shakes his head, gets the water out of his eyes so he can negotiate this next little gurgling inside section. You can see how dry it gets there on the left, and he's safe in the channel, making his way back out. And we're now waiting to see Louis Finnegan, who's holding priority, what he will do as he wants to strike and make a solid performance and a solid showing here in this round 3 heat.
The sun hasn't even come over the horizon. It's still dark morning. I mean, you can see behind us, it's still not even sunny out. There's a cloud over on the horizon. The sun is coming up, and this is going to be just another incredible day here at the 2016 Fronton King. So again, welcome, and please get the word out. We are live. We're doing the same on our end here, and we want you to see some incredible riding from the best bodyboarders in the world here at one of the best bodyboarding waves on the planet. Out in the water right now, the Australian Louis Finnegan head-to-head with Diego Cabrera. Diego Cabrera starting off this heat within the first seconds of the horn with a solid deep barrel on the left, and you can see right there, it's still just surging off the shallow reef and just dumping all that energy. and creating some incredible waves for bodyboarding. And let me tell you, these guys are making it happen all throughout yesterday and today. It is ready to go off. Look at that thing. Oh my goodness.
And that's just an insider, Manny. Those are going to be a bunch of empty rides, just kind of cruising on through. Amazing to see. And, you know, I got a message from Jared Houston, and he said he was watching, and that the empties were killing him.
Oh, I can only imagine.
He always watches the empties out here as a source of motivation to fire himself up to get out there and hopefully have less of those perfect empties going unridden and actually get amongst it.
So unfortunately, Jared Houston is not here. I mean, you were at the event where unfortunately he cannot be here.
Yeah, he cannot be here because of a dislocated shoulder. Once he got back to Puerto Rico, he's actually found out that there was a small break there as well. So he will be mending that, recovering. We hope for him to come back strong in 2016 once the bone in his arm heals from that pretty tragic injury late in the season. So we do have scores coming in for Diego Cabrera, 617, and Louis Finnegan still yet to get on the board, but he has first priority, so he's waiting patiently. Whatever comes in, if he wants to access it, he can use that priority to paddle into any of the waves that come, no matter where Diego is sitting. And if he paddles, that'll be his use of priority. So even if he doesn't end up catching the wave, that'll likely be the priority. Here we see the beach crowd starting to assemble. It's early morning here, so we'll probably slowly start to see the beach crowd filter on in. Last night, throngs of humans here on the cliffside, thousands of people here to see the Fronton King in action, and we're starting to see a similar crowd beginning to assemble here this morning.
I mean, you can see right now, it's we're going to still see those long periods, and we're going to see some big waves still rolling through. We rolled up here, and some of the sets were rolling through and just pounding on the shallow waters, and you can just feel the energy just roll up the cliff and into the structure here. It was pretty insane to just hear it and then just feel it vibrate through the land. It was pretty insane. So yeah, out of the water, let's bring you up to speed. We have round number 3, heat number 10 in red. Louis Finnegan still waiting for that first wave. The young Australian is going to play it safe and make sure that he picks off a high scoring wave. Diego Cabrera in yellow from the Canary Islands. He already is off to a good start. You can see right there coming up in the next heat. Oh my, this is going to be an epic one. Tanner McDaniel and Danielle Quintana, the young Hawaiian going against the young Canary Island rider. And just a quick note while we started here, both of these professional riders, Tanner McDaniel and Danielle Quintana, experts on the Journey bodyboard game by You Riding. And if you haven't downloaded that game yet, do so now. Go to your app store, download the Journey bodyboard game by You Riding.
So these guys are double dipping.
Yes.
They're competing not only live in the actual Fronton King here in Galdar, but they are competing on the You Riding game as well. Let's take a look as Diego's taking a look at that one. Boy, a heavy peak there. Decides not to go. So Tanner McDaniel, Daniel Quintana, excited to get their campaigns underway. Best of luck to both of those riders. They are gearing up, getting excited. There we can see Daniel just fired up. He's got a small hard drive tucked in his wetsuit with ample amounts of music and chime noises, all sorts of stuff to keep him calm but get him fired up at the same time.
Well, we always want to say thank you for tuning in from around the world, and we always are trying our best to give you shout outs throughout the day. So we just posted something on our APB Tour Facebook page. Let us know where you at.
Where you at, brother? And who you're rooting for.
Yes,
and we did get Manny a world clock, so he does know what time it is where you're from. But Diego having a look at that one. Boy, these waves are beastly out there, Manny.
Yeah, just seeing the photos from the highlights yesterday, I mean, it just gives it a really a better perspective on how massive these slabs are once the tide starts dropping and then starts coming back up. This is El Fronton, very tide sensitive. which means it loves that mid-tide. It can get too low here, and it's just a death trap out there if anybody tries to go out there in these conditions at low tide. And that is the reason why we call off the event and go on standby.
Exactly that, and we just hit high tide this morning right now at 8 o'clock, and so we're going to run as much as we can this morning before the inevitable low tide, where we will have to go on to hold until the afternoon. But let's take another look at Diego's first ride. There he scoops in, nice late takeoff, gets that speed, which is so important. But live action is Diego Cabrera going for a massive ARS. Huge maneuver there. He's feeling it. At this point, pressure has been thoroughly applied to Louis Finnegan. He reflects how he likes his massages very deep and powerful. And this is now maybe a bit too much pressure that Louis might not be feeling as comfortable as he would on the masseuse table if they were just putting their full body weight into massaging his muscles. We've been seeing him on some of the color clips getting those massages, and so he's loose, he's limber, and he's using his body now. He's paddling into this one. Let's see where he is on the screen.
Louis Finnegan. Oh my goodness, air dropping straight to the bottom on this giant left slab here at El Fronton. Oh my, all eyes are on Louis just to make sure he's okay. We've already had a couple beat downs and the riders hitting the reef. Dino Carmo yesterday going face first into the shadows. Look at the water just surging up right there on that left. That's what they are dealing with out there. Luckily he's okay, got on his board, started paddling back out, but oh my, Louis Finnegan just taking the breath out of everybody here on the cliff. Whew.
Yeah, that was intense for sure. And he really goes for the gusto. He really pushes it, and he is known as one of the most fearless chargers in the sport of bodyboarding right now. Diego Cabrera not long away from that accolade himself, and he set himself up in a nice situation right now for this wave. Look at him get totally shacked. He's getting spit out. His hand goes up. He's even gonna fly off the back with even a little air booster claim there. So Diego Cabrera is on fire, as the beach announcer is letting everybody know, but they already know that because they're glued to the action, and it's amazing. We're gonna see Diego Cabrera extend his lead over Louis Finnegan once those scores drop.
So yesterday at the end of the day, we saw PLC in the last heat of the day going against Eduardo Rodriguez, and PLC was just, he was finding the spots where to be, just on fire, making it look fun more than scary out there. And Diego Cabrera picking up on that out here in this first heat. Solid waves on each wave that he's going on. So incredible wave from Diego Cabrera. I think we do have a replay. Let's check it.
So he scoops in. He's just getting a nice long barrel here. He's way deep. At that point, we don't see him. We lose sight of him. The wave spits, and then he comes out after the spit. So a 933 for this wave of Diego Cabrera. There's the single claim. Now he does an air claim, and Diego Cabrera is fired up. So he's starting his campaign off very strong. 617, then a 717, and now a 9-point ride.
Well, we're gonna see his last wave right here. Oh, giant, big backflip right there, and lands perfectly on the foam ball. I don't think you're gonna hit that maneuver any better right there. Diego Cabrera is on a good one this morning. He is super stoked, and he is putting up a very, very strong uphill battle right now for Louis Finnegan. So Diego Cabrera, again, you're going to see all these incredible maneuvers in the highlight reel, or these shows are recorded too, so make sure you go back if you want to see how to do these maneuvers by the textbook styles of Diego Cabrera.
Yeah, simply amazing, and definitely want to thank you guys for tuning in live to the very first heat of the morning. This is round number 3, heat number 10, and if you haven't already done so, let everybody know that there is yet another day of incredible action ahead in the form of the Fronton King. as we continue to see the action mount. These swell lines continue to stack on the horizon as they approach the reef. And looking now at priority 1 with Louis Finnegan, as the next waves come in, we'll see who's in position to strike.
Big shout out to our 2 main sponsors here at this event, Gran Canaria, European Sports Island, and I totally agree with that. You can do everything on this island. And Ayuntamiento de Galdar as well. So those 2 strong supporters to make the Fronton King a possibility here on the northwest corner of Gran Canaria. So, ladies and gentlemen, out in the water, heat number 10, Louis Finnegan, Diego Cabrera.
Yeah, these guys are really going for it, and Diego Cabrera has just really put it all on the line. Here we see one of the competitors. It is Alan Munoz preparing himself. Let's go now to Louis Finnegan, up and riding on this right-hander. Boy, is he deep. Scoops way behind that. The barrel didn't stay as open as we would have liked, and I do feel that he was just a bit too deep on that one. But he got into it great, had a lot of speed. Incomplete ride for Louis Finnegan. Diego Cabrera now regains priority. He has a strong lead over Louis. Louis is in a combination situation, needing 2 waves to approach the total that's been put up by Diego Cabrera with his last 2 waves, a 933 and a 717. Just an incredible early performance by the local Canarian, Diego Cabrera.
So big shout out to those that are tuning in. The first ones to reply on the comment, where you at, on our APP Facebook page. Bargus is in the Reunion Island. Good morning, glad to have you back here. John Barber from Guam wants us to give us send prayers out to his brother Brian the Ripper Cruz. Stay in there, brother. We are backing you 100%. Robert Benson tuning in from Padang, Indonesia. Wayne from Australia. Perth, we got Mark. Jordan in Cape Town, South Africa. In Portugal, we got Jose. And Howie B from Sydney, Australia. Howie B's been online. I don't think he's turned his computer off. He's been watching from, I think, Sintra nonstop.
Yeah, Howie, another one of those faithful supporters tuning in to the live stream as often and for as long as he possibly can each and every day that we broadcast. So thanks to all you faithful supporters out there who are relentless in your viewing of the live stream. And thanks for all of you who are sharing on the various social medias and various electronic networks of sending those messages out to encourage others to watch. But let's take another look at Diego's 933, Manny.
Look at where he's drawing his line, just shy of getting lipped right there, but he's keeping that rail engaged in the face of the wave to make sure he has the proper speed line. And as it was starting to pinch up top, he drew a higher line to avoid getting that lip hitting on him. And once he comes out, he raises his hand in just stoke. And he could have done a maneuver there, but it wouldn't have done anything because it would have pushed him onto the whitewash and rolled him out. So that if he tried to do a maneuver in that situation, probably would not have benefited him, and he knew that and just rode it off into the channel. Solid wave riding skills right there from Diego Cabrera.
Yeah, amazing ride from Diego. Great way to open up this day of competition.
Here we
Louis
go.
Finnegan up and riding. He's got a right-hander of his own and a huge backflip there from Louis. He is answering back. He's knocking at the door to get himself out of that combination situation with that last ride, Manny.
Yeah, Louis Finnegan answering back with his own backflip. And it wasn't as big, the wave wasn't as big, but it was still completed perfectly. So it's going to be interesting how that is going to drop. Let's take another look.
He gets down to the bottom. He sees it's not going to be a long barrel, so he just continues that line straight up to the lip, hits it very cleanly. Nice flip, good extension, clean landing, and rides out of it. So that's a little bit more like it from Louis, and that's something completed. You know, now that he's gotten on the board with a few incomplete barrel rides, he has a maneuver, he's completed it. That'll improve his confidence leading into the second half of this heat, and he's hopefully going to use that to catapult himself into a position where he really wants to attack that lead. The score comes in at a 5.9. It is not enough to get out of combination, but like I just mentioned, it's a start for Louis, but it might be a little late. We'll see. 7 minutes and change remaining, but there is plenty of time to get a couple rides
Look at
here.
this.
Let's
Look at
see.
this.
Double paddle. So Diego with priority has just yielded priority to Louis. That wave was absolutely amazing. Could have been a 10 for anyone who rode it. And another big one right behind it. Wow, these waves are just unloading on this beautiful reef here in Galdar.
Again, welcome to the 2016 Fronton King. Manny V here with David Hubbard, bringing you the live feed from Gran Canaria here at the infamous wave called El Fronton. This wave is unsurfable at low tide, and we are just taking it to the brink of rideable here in this event. Yesterday was spectacular, and today we are seeing similar conditions where this massive amount of energy from the deep water hitting the shallow shelf here at El Fronton and just unloading its raw power and creating these incredible barrels and giant ramps for the best bodyboarders in the world. And we do have not only the win for becoming a Fronton King winner, but also a hunt for the world title is on our hands as well.
Yes, and this hunt is really heating up. Over the last couple days of competition, we've had not only the long shot mathematical chances of becoming a world title being removed from the scenario, but even the front runner. Yesterday, Ian Campbell not advancing out of his round 3 heat eliminated him from the title hunt, and the field is being whittled down, and as Manny mentioned, this event will crown both who is the Fronton King, but also who is the APB 2016 Men's World Champion.
That's right, and if you don't want to miss any of the action from the beginning, make sure you, 1, follow and like the APB Facebook Tour page, or 2, subscribe to the APB World Tour YouTube channel. You're going to get notifications from both of those, letting you know when we go live. And I got my notifications this morning as we went live. And that is how you're going to make sure you don't miss any of the action. And if you tuned in a little late, you saw one of the best barrels ridden this morning from Diego Cabrera right off the bat, seconds within the start of that heat. So there you have it. Subscribe to the YouTube channel and our APB Facebook page as well. So currently out in the water, Diego Cabrera in yellow, Louis Finnegan in red, and our current situation. What do we got, Dub?
Diego Cabrera still has Louis in a combination situation with under 5 to go. Louis needs 2 new rides to attack that heat total. Diego Cabrera has put up a solid start and just a beautiful performance thus far, opening with a 617, improving on that with a large ARS 717 for that. And let's take another look at Louis' score. This is his 5.9. He bottom turns and finds his way up to the lip and just projects cleanly through that flip and lands smoothly as well. So as was mentioned, you know, a 717 for Diego, but let's take a look at live action. Diego's flying through a massive air roll maneuver there, pulls it clean. Very risky, that end section, but a huge aerial maneuver for Diego Cabrera. That was live action.
I don't know what Diego had for breakfast, but something is working in his favor this morning. Diego Cabrera on pretty much every single wave has been just letting loose, either a deep barrel, and you saw right there a giant roll in that just shallow sucking up section on the left, and Diego Cabrera making it look very, very easy. I mean, if you look at his scores right there, nothing is lower than a 6.17. He is looking very, very solid. So, Dub, you got a heat coming up. What are you and the fellow riders looking at after this replay?
Well, replays like this are very helpful because, man, you look at that speed line, he hit it perfectly. He got so much flight. And there you see him land quite abruptly. The foam pushes him there, and he maintains that line to pull it off very cleanly before exiting the channel. Critical stuff. So, you know, that's a part of the preparation currently. You know, after this heat, I am going to step out of the booth and take a look at the water just with my own naked eye, and then prepare from there. But it's basically just getting fired up from the performances of all these other guys who are really pushing it. Yesterday was really motivating for sure, and you know, watching up here from the safety zone, I'm gonna have to go jump right into the thick of it pretty soon here, Manny.
Yes, and we're going to have a fellow bodyboarder competitor come in and for a couple heats as you prepare and get out into your heat. The waves today are still looking solid. This heat is looking solid. We're coming down to 1 minute and 45 seconds out in the water. So again, Diego Cabrera just owning this heat. Louis Finnegan showing that he is capable of riding this wave. It's just unfortunately none of the bigger waves were coming his way when he had priority. He does have priority right now with 1.5 minutes, and you can see on your screen looking onto the horizon, there's not any big bumps or any lines coming in his way, but 1 minute and 20 seconds could change for Louis Finnegan. He is in combination land, but he could still end this heat on a good note.
Yeah, we would love to see, you know, a big barrel or huge maneuver from Louis Finnegan. Definitely possible, very talented rider. But at this point, we're down to the final minute. Diego Cabrera has extended his lead over Louis, an 8.33 for that massive roll on the left-hander. So Louis Finnegan needs now at least a high 7 to even get out of this combination situation. And with only 40 seconds remaining, it's probably close to impossible to catch 2 rides to total up what Diego has. So it does look like Diego will be moving on into round number 4. As we have 30 seconds remaining, Louis Finnegan's up on possibly his last ride. Lots of speed here, beautiful flip, and completes it. So,
yes,
you know, great run for Louis. You know, very well surfed as far as those rides, but you know, he just wasn't on the best waves of the heat. We see Diego Cabrera there, just having a look at that one. Didn't really amount to much, so he put both hands on the nose and rode off into the sunrise.
That was an incredible heat for Diego Cabrera. Louis Finnegan ended with a solid run right there with a big maneuver to end his heat, but wow, Diego Cabrera on a solid run. That was incredible.
Let's take a look at the recap, Manny, because this was a terrific heat, and it opened up strong for Diego. Beautiful barrel there to start. He's feeling comfortable right off the bat. Then right after that, he comes and does this massive ARS. So he is totally feeling it so far in this heat. Then we had the next ride of Diego Cabrera was the big number there, the 9.33, just totally shacked, and he is completely elated. He's having maybe one of the heats of his life. Louis Finnegan having a go here. This was one of his incomplete barrels, a heavy one for sure. That one stepped up onto the inside, and you know, he had a couple attempts like that. It was difficult. Besides that, we did have a nice flip here from Louis Finnegan. One of 2 maneuvers that he did complete. And here was that massive roll from Diego Cabrera, just a huge, huge aerial maneuver. And looked like we did have just a bit of live action there, incomplete from Tanner. But one more wave in the recap we'll show you was the final wave of Louis Finnegan, just that last little flip, I believe. So
out in the water, we have heat number 11 underway. We have red Tanner McDaniel, and in yellow Daniel Quintana from the Canary Islands. So both of these riders are looking hungry, and you see on your screen the riders from that previous heat heading in. So here is who is out in the water: Tanner McDaniel, the young gun from Hawaii, and Daniel Quintana, also hungry and young here at El Fronton, the Fronton King. Heat number 11 out in the water.
And Tanner McDaniel's grown so much, and I think
Huge.
even from that mug shot, he's probably grown a foot, and seems to have aged a bit, put on a few kgs or lbs depending on where in the world you're tuning in from, and now he's kind of turning into a young man, and so another elusive silhouette for Daniel Quintana, one of the local wild cards that made it in here. So as this heat gets underway, just a 2:17 for Tanner McDaniel on that first attempt, incomplete for him.
These are 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored. Only one rider will advance on into the next round, round number 4. And this is for the win here. I mean, both of these riders are out of that world title hunt, but they would love to have a win, a Fronton King win under their belt and on their resume. So that is what they're after here in this event, as well as some valuable Grand Slam points are up for grabs as well. So Tanner McDaniel, Daniel Quintana, if they end up second place in this heat, they will end up 17th, equal 17th in the event, and will be allotted 2,560 points for their efforts here at the Fronton King. So those valuable points will be critical when it comes out to not only picking the top 28 riders for next year's seeds, but also help in the reseeds for the earlier rounds of next year's Grand Slam event. So again, welcome. Heat number 11, round number 3 out in the water. Tanner McDaniel and Danielle Quintana. Quick rundown on some of those riders that have taken a win here. But first, live action is split peak. We're going to stay on Danielle Quintana on yellow on the right. Pulls up high, try to get that barrel, and finds a pocket ride and comes out with a roll. So, it is not done yet. Adds one more roll before heading out into the channel.
So a cool little split peak scenario there as we begin to see a few lines approaching, but both competitors are going to make their way back out into the lineup after that kind of initial exchange where both riders got onto the board left and right, and Tanner was able to do a small flip, completed maneuver there. So both these riders are going to look for something in the mid-range, maybe something even close to that, and we'll have a tight battle at least for the opening segments of this heat. We'll see if somebody runs away with it like in that last heat. Boy, Diego Cabrera with just a complete runaway.
Yeah, I mean, that was an incredible start to a perfect solid day here. And we're going to run as many heats as we can until the tide gets to that critical time where we shouldn't be running this event, because these massive amounts of water hitting the shallow reefs is just it's just too dangerous. We saw a few of the riders actually get hurt yesterday, and it wasn't dead low. We saw Dino Carmo from Portugal actually took the reef to his face along with the inside of his leg and his hand, all of those on just one wave as he dropped from the sky into this massive, massive wave and wasn't able to pull it off. Then we saw Garth McGregor coming out of the water. His elbows were just bleeding. I mean, it's pretty hectic out there.
Oh, it's hectic out there. I mean, Garth also had a few holes taken out of his wetsuit and only came back up with one of his fins. And those were the old school Vipers, the black and yellows, and they don't make them anymore.
Oh,
so,
no.
wow, that was a critical. I felt that could have been a bigger loss than the heat loss itself, was coming back up the cliff with just one of his swim fins. But, wow, yeah, it looks intense out there. And even Jeff and I were mentioning, hey, full suit, probably a good idea for a bit of protection.
Exactly. Not only to keep a little warmth from this morning breeze, but also a little protection. Don't go anywhere. We're going to come back to the live action. Hold on. Stand by. We may have some paddling going on for live action. Danielle Quintana in yellow. Tanner McDaniel in red, taking a look. Both riders now standing by. So I think we are pretty solid. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
life is nourished by experiences that make you grow. So choose a destination where the climate is great all year round, where there's a new, thrilling landscape to discover every day. A destination full of unforgettable moments for you and for everyone. Choose a great destination. Choose Gran Canaria.
You only want one heat?
Yeah, just one heat.
I think we're good. We are solid. Yes, we are back and ready to rock out. Stepping out to get ready for his heat is David Hubbard. But check this out, ladies and gentlemen. We have Jeff Hubbard stepping in for this heat with Tanner McDaniel out in the water and Danielle Quintana. So, first off, what do the waves look like to you?
Man, the waves are really nice today, Manny. It's really groomed, about 4 to 6 foot, and then there's occasional like 8-foot bombs still coming in. I mean, it's heavy, it's round, it's hollow, it's just everything you want here at Fronton. It's a perfect day for the competition.
Awesome. Well, there you go. Have it firsthand. Jeff Hubbard's take on the conditions out here. It is going off out there, and all the riders are frothing to get out there. You have heat number 16, the last heat of round number 3 coming up against, oh my gosh, Yere Martinez.
Yeah,
that's going to be a fun one.
He's going to be a fun one. He's a good friend and just one of the local OGs out here. He's just one of the hardcore guys that's just been holding it down forever out here, so I really like that.
This is what happened when we went to commercials. Tanner McDaniel was able to actually find one during that commercial break, and he went straight off the bottom and went for a big lip maneuver, a giant backflip right there, lands it perfectly on the face of the wave and uses that little bounce. Sorry, that looked like Louis from the last heat.
Yeah.
But this right here, this was Tanner McDaniel.
Yeah, so Tanner's up and riding, getting a nice barrel, man, nice and deep, really well executed on that. Just you can see that wave was pretty hollow, so he had a good vision there and was really happy after that wave for sure. He just got shacked. He improved the situation. I think he had a 7 for a nice big backflip on the left, and then that backed it up with a nice barrel on the right. So he's in a good commanding position.
Not a bad start for Tanner McDaniel. Look at his scores on the screen: a 7.17 and a 6.33. So Tanner McDaniel off to a good start, but he shouldn't let his guard down with these waves, especially with Danielle Quintana out in the water.
Yeah, I mean, these waves can produce 9s at will, so you're really on the edge, like out there when you're surfing, just trying to make sure you're on the best waves and trying to execute as best you can, because Daniel, like we said, he's a local out here. He knows what he's looking for, so he could just drop right in and get a 10-point ride pretty easily out here. And a day like this, there are definitely 10s on offer. If you want to put yourself in that situation, you just gotta charge it.
All right, so we talked about just getting to the bottom of these waves, and if you get to the bottom, you're actually what we call scoop in under the lip and inside of the barrel. Talk to us about the boards that the riders are using out here. Are they using stringers? Are they using mesh? What kind of foam are they using? Get to that right after this. Tanner McDaniel dropping in, bouncing in, finds the big barrel, and he does come out with the whitewash. Yeah. So another solid barrel riding skills from Tanner McDaniel.
Yeah, now it's a nice big wave. He took off just like you were talking about, man. He's able to get to the bottom and engage his bottom turn. So it was really helpful to him to get speed and project out of the barrel. So Tanner's using just a basic Polypro board, and I think he's got an ISS stringer in there. So I'm not sure what type of stringer Tanner's using in that board, but I know it's an ISS version, so he may be using a softer one for the bigger waves, to get more flex. That'd be pretty smart.
What are you using in your board?
I just use my quad core. I've been using it all year. It's got one stringer, and there's 2 layers of mesh in there, and the polypropylene's sandwiched up, so it works really good. It provides a lot of pop and really good projection for me. So that's what I like to look for on the wave.
Well, just really quick, describe what is the difference between a stiff board and a softer board in riding these kind of waves?
Well, I think with a softer board will allow you to hold the face of the wave a little better, because you're able to the board can fold to that contour of the wave, whereas a stiff board will just have that really solid edge, but it'll, if you hit any sort of chop or bump, it can disengage a lot easier because it won't form the contour of the wave. So it's nice to have a little bit of flex, especially on really round takeoffs. Like Fronton sucks out so much, it's going below sea level every time you take off. So you need something that's going to really engage on that bottom turn and project you through it. Like you You even need projection on your board so you actually can speed through that barrel once you get to the bottom. If you bog on the bottom, you're done.
Yeah, so there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of people are opting for a little softer board, something that'll keep that rail engaged in that face. But there are riders that love the stiff stuff, so it's all preference. That comes over time as well.
Yes, exactly. And it's a give and take out here today. It's 4 to 6 foot. You saw some of the guys doing some big moves already. So you don't want a board that's too soft that's going to bog when you hit the lip. You want it to fly you out there and hold that projection as well, or hold that lip line and catapult you out. So if you have a board that's too soft, you'll bog on the lip and won't get as much projection on it. So it's a really fine line. You can't just go out there and use a Dow core with a stringer. You won't be able to perform at the highest capability. You need to use guys will be all using polypropylene cores out here. Just a matter of what stringer and how old the board is. What their preference is.
Yeah, we talked to, I think it was, I want to say it was Mike Stewart in Portugal. We talked about boards, and or Ryan Hardy possibly. A lot of the riders come into the booth, but it was probably Ryan Hardy who brought it up, where if you have a super soft old board in the garage, don't throw it away, because you can probably bring it back to life if you go to cold water like Portugal.
Totally.
And it'll gain that new life, and you can ride it as if it was brand new.
Exactly.
And it's all depending on all the variables, water temp, the type of waves that you are riding, and just do not get rid of your boards unless you're absolutely done with it.
Totally. I use that theory a lot out in cold water. Like I'll put a board to sleep, it's going to be used pretty well, and then I'll go take it to a cold water venue, and it works like brand new.
Awesome.
And it actually works better than it would a brand new board, because it's broken in and has a little bit better flex, but the cold water makes it like it's performing like a treat.
I wish I would have known that. I would have kept all my boards, but they're all gone somewhere around the world.
They've been dropped off. Very nice of you, Manny, just giving donations to all your friends around the world.
Yeah.
All the people are really happy with all their boards from Manny V.
But Karma does come back.
Yeah.
Root, PLC's wife brought me some pastel de natas
Yes.
yesterday from Portugal, so
you were
Karma.
happy.
Good
You
karma.
got your pastel de natas. Pretty fresh ones too, it sounded like.
They were pretty fresh by the time they hit my mouth. It was pretty delicious.
They were pretty happy.
All right, check this out. We are gearing up. I think, if it's not with us, it is Diego Cabrera, who absolutely just dominated that first heat.
First heat
of the
domination, man. He just showed up and blowed up. That was awesome to see. Canary Island local Diego Cabrera.
It is Daniel Quintana, fellow Canary Island rider.
No.
Finding a barrel, but it could not come out of that. What do you think happened in there?
Well, sometimes on these rights, it wedge so much that it's bending like 90 degrees, so it'll pinch, like the barrel pinch on you, so you can't exit. I mean, you want it hollow to exit, but and you want it wrapping around so you can get those ramps. But if it wraps too much, you can't get out.
Yeah. And it's critical being in the right place. Not only being in the right place, but being in the right line once you get inside of that barrel. The barrels are big, but there's a very fine area where you can engage that rail without losing it and get the most speed as possible.
Yeah.
But at the same time, on some of these waves, you want to hit the brakes and try to stay in the barrel as well. And give us a couple examples on how to slow down inside of a barrel.
Well, if you're in the barrel out here, once you have control, once you find yourself on the bottom, speeding through the barrel with control, you'll throw and you think you're coming to an exit. You'll you want to put your legs out a little bit, can slow yourself down, like spread your legs out in the barrel, and it'll really help in keep you in the barrel a lot longer. And you can pull up on the nose of your board a little bit too. But I mean, these are pretty advanced tips where you gotta make sure you're coming out of that barrel. And in the contest, sometimes it's best to just come out fast and clean, show the judges all that control, and then try and hit the lip.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta do it in the right spot. But look at this live action out the back.
Oh my gosh.
Chad McDaniel. Oh, a little miscue right there. He had his eyes set on a lip maneuver, and he had a ton of speed. But as soon as he hit that bounce, and the lip just disappeared, that wave pretty much just ended right there for Tanner McDaniel.
Yeah.
So we're about 8 minutes. 8 minutes remaining in this heat. Tanner McDaniel still looking solid. Daniel Quintana still within striking distance. I mean, he needs an 8.0 ride, and totally doable here in El Fronton.
Yeah, 8's almost like a mid-range score at Fronton, you know,
Yeah.
with the level of waves coming in. It's just like we've seen, like here's Daniel going, he's trying to pick off a nice deep one. Let's see if he can get in the barrel. See there, he puts a little stall. See, the problem with that was just a little too short for Daniel. If he needed to be in the barrel a little bit longer to get 8-point ride. So that's the one thing when you're looking out here, looking for scores, is you want it like, you want to see a wall. You don't want it too long, because if the wall's too far, then man, you're gonna get caught. But if it's just enough, you're gonna have a really good deep barrel because it's so hollow.
So when you say the wall, you're talking about the face of the wave extended out as long as possible. But as you mentioned, if that face wall is too long, chances of you making it out are slim. So totally doable, especially here with the speed that you can.
And you don't.
Take a look at the replay.
Let's look at the replay. So yeah, he's scooping in, he's putting his legs in, getting control, and then now he's looking for the exit, and he just, he's in there really quick. It was just such a short wave. A lot of the locals call it concentrado here, where the wave peaks up and it concentrates in just one area, and it's just really heavy and implodes on itself. The problem with those waves are, if you get caught behind you can't make it out because it's so powerful, it'll just erase you. And also, if you make it through it, it's too short to get a really amazing score. Yes, the drops are technical and it's really difficult to ride for sure, but it's not what the judges are really looking for when they're trying to give you a score on a wave out here. So you want to get a wave where you get behind the barrel as deep as you can for as long as you can, and as big of a wave as you can. If you can get a big wave, a long barrel, you're going to get a really good score.
Yeah. And you saw, and what you were just talking about spreading your legs to slow down in the barrel, Daniel Quintana showed that perfectly on how he wanted to slow down and hit the brakes, but he only got enough. It was more of a pocket ride than a deep barrel.
Yeah,
that was a perfect example on how to slow down in the barrel. Taking a look at this, and he looked at that again. There's not much there for him, and once it comes to the inside, that would have been a waste of a wave and time.
No, exactly. So these guys, Daniel's looking for a very specific wave, like you said, an 8-point ride. He knows he needs a big, huge move. We saw Diego get an 8-point roll, which was just full speed bottom turn on the left and just flew like 10 feet in the air and landed it. It was really impressive. And so he's going to have to do something like that if he wants an 8, or he could look at 2 new scores, like try and get a couple backups. But with 5 minutes left, it seems like he's going to have to look for one wave. And Tanner's got priority, so I think Tanner's holding on a priority, looking in a solid spot.
These are 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored, and only one rider will advance on into round number 4. And right now, Tanner McDaniel is looking solid. Daniel Quintana, totally possible for him to come out ahead of Tanner McDaniel with 5 minutes remaining. Plenty of time, but again, being in the right spot and having that wave come to you with priority is the golden ticket. Right now, Tanner has priority, and it looks like they are both sitting in a pretty solid area to catch these waves.
Yeah, these guys, like we said, Daniel's a local. Tanner's been surfing out here. He came here last year for his first time, so he's acquainted with Fronton. He's been out here in the morning sessions. He's been giving it a go. He knows what to look for. He really likes these ramps out here. He does a lot of crazy maneuvers, and so he's going to be in a good spot, making sure he gets and tries to improve on his 6.0. So that's what his goal is right now, is improving on his 6, and then Daniel's looking for an 8. 4 minutes left. We're going to see what these guys can do. Oh, Tanner's going to try and block him. Tanner's using his priority on this wave. Takes out Daniel Quintana. Look at it. Look at it grow, man. It grows down the line, and he does a little mid-face ARS. So yeah, just kind of a blocking move for Tanner. It wasn't something he was, it could have been a giant ramp. So he took off thinking, man, if this wave turns on, I can't let this guy go. So it was a really good strategy for Tanner. Very smart move right there. Even though he didn't increase his score, it probably helped his Daniel Quintana. If Daniel had hit that properly, maybe Daniel was a little deeper, would have had a better line to it. He could have gone to the moon.
So that was a perfect. You hit it right on the nail. Tanner McDaniel with that priority, because that wave right there, the way it was lining up and it just hit that inside reef, totally possible for a score to beat out one of Daniel Quintana's lower scoring waves, which was a 4.5. So if Daniel caught that wave and did a big move but didn't get that 8-point ride, it still would have got him closer to get into that first place spot from Tanner McDaniel. But that was an excellent maneuver from Tanner McDaniel to use that priority.
Yeah, that was really smart.
And
So what?
2 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, 2 minutes left. So what we're going to see, man, I think for the rest of the day is, you know, we have a couple heats to finish of this round number 3, but throughout the day the tide is dropping. The swell is on the decrease. So we may see some, you know, more air moves come into play. Less bombs. There's still going to be some bombs in the heat, as we saw in Diego's heat. He had a bomb barrel, and so did Louis, charging that big left-hander that he didn't quite make. Those were both really good, solid set waves. And we haven't seen much set waves activity in this heat yet, so it'll be interesting to see what unfolds for the rest of the round. Whether we'll see the decreasing trend continue, or we'll see a little pulse. I mean, it's forecasted to decrease, so the period's dropping out, which has the biggest effect here at Fronton. Is the 17-second period we saw yesterday was why we saw such a huge swell and just giant waves. You know, even though the feet were really small, Daniel Quintano scooping in, nice barrel, nice roll, and then pulls back in. So that's a nice score for Daniel Quintano. It's not going to be an 8, but it's a good wave. He got barreled, did a nice roll. It's very, very good. And Tanner, look, he's going to do something giant here. Nice air forward, perfect.
Oh my goodness.
And he rides out of
pulls
it. Yeah, see, that was a really good wave for Tanner. Nice control, beautiful maneuver executed. Just vaults him high in the air.
We got to look at both waves on our replay. Let's take a first look at Daniel Quintana's perfectly executed barrel ride. You see him just sliding down perfectly, gets under the lip, hits the brakes just a little bit to get as much barrel time as possible, and then that energy from within just spits out, and he comes out with that spit and goes for a perfectly executed roll and kicks out. But a solid wave right there. An 8-point ride, I don't think so. It was a medium-sized, smaller wave, but then Tanner McDaniel answered back on his smaller, medium-sized wave with this giant air forward, and this was perfectly executed, and it almost looks like Mike Stewart ad in 1986, but that was perfect right there for Tanner McDaniel.
That was a beautiful wave by both riders. Both riders are probably pretty stoked they got those waves. You know, that the waves looked like they had decreased in this heat, so we'll see if the judges adjusted the scale. But we're waiting for final results here. And yeah, it's official. Tanner winning that heat.
Check this out. We do have the interview ready with Danny and Diego Cabrera, the winner of the last heat. Take it away, Danny.
We have here Diego Cabrera. We have Diego Cabrera here from heat number 10. He is the winner with Larry Finnegan. How are you feeling about the heat?
I feel so stoked and so happy. I beat Louis, one of the youngest and better surfers riders in the world for me, and yeah, so stoked. I finally made my heat and made my job, so I'm so happy.
How was feeling being out there for the first heat and these massive sets coming through? This is really, I saw a really nice left-hander and a really good heavy right-hander as well. How was the feeling out there?
Yeah, it's like you get up early and you know you are the first. I get up so nervous this morning. I wake maybe at 6 in the morning. I was here at 6:30. You saw me 1 hour before my heat, or 1 hour and a half. I was nervous. I get my breakfast and yeah, I was nervous, but at the same time I just want to go in the water and make my surf, and finally I did. So yeah, it's amazing compete here in home with this kind of waves. No words to describe the feeling.
Cool. That was Diego Carrera winning Larry Finnegan, heat number 10, round 3. Get you back with Manny Vargas. Thank you for watching.
All right, well, congratulations one more time to Diego Cabrera for making it out of that heat and putting in a solid run of waves in that heat. So Diego Cabrera winning that first heat of the day. And back to the action. I have just finished that last heat, but we are now underway with heat number 12, and it is Alan Munoz, the Chilean. Look at that inside section just surging onto the shallows of El Fronton. That was a solid ride right there from Alan Munoz. So Alan Munoz And check this out, we do have Mike Stewart here in the booth. Thank you, Jeff Hubbard, for stepping in as David Hubbard gets ready. And lucky for us, we have Mike Stewart. So, Mike, welcome.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
So stoked to be here.
I know, how epic are the conditions right now for
It's
an
amazing.
event?
It's amazing. This is what we come for.
Yeah.
You know, this is what we work all year for. Like,
Yeah.
this is it.
This is coming. This is the pinnacle of the 2016 APB World Tour event. We have not only the winner of this event, but we have a World Tour title champion waiting to get a trophy that we have right over here. But I mean, the waves, they're perfect.
Yeah, this you know, just the culmination of all the elements coming together here is so unique and so special. And you know, it's just, you get this cool feeling of, you know, super anxious to surf, super excited to surf. At the same time, you're like watching some of these, you know, slabs come in, and when the tide's low especially, it's like super gnarly, so you're like kind of spooked a little.
Yeah.
So it's all this mix of emotions that are just like, makes like this soup of intensity that's just so insane.
And the crowd yesterday actually felt it as well. Just hearing them just cheering and clapping, and even though the riders weren't making that out of their heats, they were still cheering and yelling as they walked up because they know that it's crazy out there.
Yeah.
So it was pretty solid yesterday, and today we still got some of that crazy action going out in the water. And I think we do have a wave that we did miss during Diego Cabrera's interview, so we're going to take a quick look at that. And I believe that was our rider in yellow.
Yeah, Davis Blackwell from WA, and so nice roll, or actually goes in for an invert, which is sick. He came up to that lip, and it looked to me like he was going to do a roll, but then he converted it last microsecond and tweaked it over into a clean invert.
So the waves are going off. I mean, you can see it
Yeah.
on your screen right there. The jet skis out, ready for that safety, the safety factor, and also, I mean, just the conditions right now. It's
Yeah.
got that little semi-glass, a little texture on the water, but the wind isn't a bad wind. It's actually really, it's keeping it clean. But your insight, your experience here at this wave.
Yeah, this is one of the best. You know, a lot of guys calling this the best bodyboard wave in the world, and you can see why. I mean, there's lefts, there's rights, there's barrels, there's ramps, 2 foot. You know, depending on the tide, this place can handle a variety of conditions. So, you know, what you can do out here technically on a bodyboard is got the highest echelon. So, the most radical move you can think of, this is the place you do it at.
Okay, well, I'm pretty sure we're going to see some of that before the end of the event. I mean, we've seen the biggest, deepest barrels ridden so far, and the high flying action. I mean, some of the stuff that we just seen this morning, giant roll, big flips, and every one of these riders in this round are capable of doing those big maneuvers. So it's really exciting to be here on the last few days for sure.
No, it's super exciting, you know.
This place is pretty magical too. I mean, just a short walk down the road, you got 2 other reefs that are at that high class, high caliber as well. And yesterday during the break, we've seen a lot of the riders going out there and performing, and people were just couldn't believe what was happening.
Yeah, you know, that one wave, it felt almost like a pipeline. You know, Jeff was calling it up, and Dave were like saying it's like pipeline but a right.
Yeah.
And man, it had such similar feels to that. You know.
Did you get out there?
I did. I went out there. I caught 2 bombs. Got totally, you know, barreled out of my mind.
Yeah.
Caught a left, got barreled, and went in.
That was it.
That was it, man.
And that crowd out there, it was crowded. I mean, I walked down there and I think I saw 15, 20 people. Those 15, 20 people were the best in the world. It was pretty awesome.
Yeah, it was busy, but I think I went out right after the main crowd had happened. I think the tide was bottoming out, and man, it was unreal.
Oh, perfect.
Really fun.
So you got yours.
Yeah, I got a couple nugs, man. It was so much fun.
Perfect. All right, so we're gonna see you in round number 4. So we're gonna see more of Mike Stewart for sure, and we're gonna see him out here at Fronton. Today on schedule, we're gonna run as many heats as we can in round number 3 before the tide gets too low. And it is one of those waves where it's not that the wave isn't going to be breaking, it's going to be too dangerous. I mean, we don't want anybody to get hurt. Again, lucky for us, Dino Carmel, the Portuguese yesterday, he went to the hospital, but he is okay. Out in the water, up and riding, Alan Munoz.
Yeah, so, you know, a lot of times you'll take off on these waves, and the energy just converges so quickly. It's really hard to read it, or it can be hard to read it. So some of those smaller insider ones, especially, are like they're pretty hard to read. I think that's what happened there with Alan.
We talked about the takeoff zone too. I mean, this wave has a pretty definite takeoff zone, but sometimes depending on which way that wave is coming in. Here we go, Davis Blackwell, live action.
Davis kind of scooping in here, getting in. Pretty sure you got a pretty good little barrel there for a little bit, and then you can see how tight that water. See that white water? Normally on a break you'll see a big triangle, and you notice this. It's just almost mirrors the shape of the reef, which is like a mushroom shape, and it's just such a unique spot that just all this energy just kind of folds in from all angles and just converges. And I think that's what makes it so potent for high performance bodyboarding.
And the reef itself, I mean, I went out there and I just got out just halfway out, and I saw the flat reef. It was flat with a little bit of bumps in it, but there's barnacles on there too, and not just little, they were pointy barnacles on those things. So if you hit the reef, is it like that all the way out to the very point of that
yeah,
reef?
it is. You know, I had a scary conversation with Garth yesterday, who got absolutely hammered, and he said he got thrown onto his back and then was getting dragged down the reef head first.
Oh my God.
And he said, man, he's just so lucky he didn't whack some sort of outcropping, because that could have knocked him out cold, you know?
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, it's heavy, man.
It's heavy, definitely heavy. And lucky for us, the riders out there, they are the top riders of the world, so they're going to do everything they can not to hit that reef. But the Mother Nature, she can beat you down.
Absolutely. And you know, another good thing is we got Ryan Hardy kind of running safety in the channel, and
which is incredible.
Yeah, who better to go into the zone with some large, how do you pronounce it?
Cojones.
Cojones. I don't even have to say that.
No, I mean,
you did.
Good.
Cojones. Yeah. Anyway, so you need somebody with cojones to kind of get into that zone, because if you were to pluck somebody out, you know, who better than Ryan and some of the other chargers here. It looks like a set kind of coming in. I hear some whistles, and you can see this. Oh, nice little scooping into this.
Oh my. Davis Blackwell in yellow, and he comes out cleanly. So a solid big breakfast burrito for Davis Blackwell, who clocks in a solid barrel right on that right-hander. That right there was perfect. I mean, that wave hit the reef perfectly. He dropped in perfectly. He held his edge and came out with the spit. So Davis Blackwell, a solid ride. That will definitely help his cause to stay in that first place position.
Yeah, that was one of the bigger teepees that came in, and again, a little not a real long wave, that one, but just kind of compact and super intense, as the waves seem to be right now. Here's Alan Munoz scooping in, getting a nice barrel ride here with some speed, cutting out, and yeah, that's all it had on offer for that wave.
Yeah, so two solid barrel rides. Obviously, Davis Blackwell a little longer and deeper, but both epic rides for both of these riders being out there. Again, one rider advancing on into round number 4. Let's take another look at what went down.
Okay, so here you have Davis trying to slow down there as much as possible. He sees this wave kind of just getting tight and compact. You can see that second lip kind of coming in from underneath as a result of that shallow inside shelf, and he just kind of pushes through that and hops over that section. So not the most amazing barrel, but a good barrel nonetheless. And then here's Alan trying to get as deep as he can get, knowing that, again, this is probably another peaky section. So gets covered up a couple times there, which is nice, and cuts out. It'll be interesting to see how the judges score this. First wave looked more technical, would you say?
Yeah, I mean, he was able to get in there and stay in there longer.
Yeah, probably a harder wave to ride as well, with that multiple lip section.
Again, out in the water, we do have heat number 12, Alan Munoz in red, Davis Blackwell from Australia in yellow, and I know Begonia and the crew down in Chile, Erizos, are watching intently here for the Chilean rider, Alan Munoz, who's come onto this world scene, you know, ready to do battle and ready to enjoy.
Okay, here's Alan Munoz on the left. Now what you can't tell here is that sun's coming right in your face. It's really hard to see what's going on, and that thing just gurgled out of control at the end there. He just got out of there.
So you almost have to go on instincts. There's Davis Blackwell on the right.
Tight in and out, and he's just cutting out of there.
So yeah, the light shining into your eyes, I we never touched on that.
Yeah, that's spooky, and that happens on the right in the afternoon, but in particular right now, it's just beaming right in there, and the whole curvature of that left is almost like a funnel of the light, and it just like condenses it right in your face. So it's, man, you can't see anything. You can scoop in, and after that, it's like really hard to see anything. So you're just you're kind of riding on instinct at that point.
So Alan Munoz making it look easy, as well as all the other riders have been going left. And then if you're not careful, and you ride that wave too long, and nobody's going to straighten out on that left. That's for sure. And tell us why.
Well, yeah, if you straighten out on the left, basically, what happens is you get the converging whitewater in on you, and it's basically just going to gobble you up and tumble you. You can see here clearly on your screen that how shallow it is on that end section on the left. That's basically exposed at low tide. It just, it's like a waterfall off of that reef. And so if you get caught up onto that, you have all the problems to deal with, coming over that, trying to get through that, over that, back into the channel. It's super hectic.
All right, this is a great pan shot or wide shot of the reef. I mean, when it's shallower later on, you'll be able to see the actual reef itself as the tide keeps dropping. And man, you can just hear the water just pounding on that reef. And
yeah, there's a lot of energy.
All right, so you know what? There is a little quick lull in the action. So we're gonna hit some commercials and come back right after this.
Cool.
Hay un lugar en Gran Canaria que es reducto de tradiciones, un lugar en la costa para contemplar nuestras alturas, un lugar en las alturas para ver la inmensidad del mar. Ven a descubrir nuestro pasado y traerlo hasta el presente. Patrimonio etnográfico, cultural, gastronómico. Altos de Galdar. Saborea nuestro paisaje.
Riders out in heat number 12, Alan Munoz in red, and in yellow, Davis Blackwell. And on your screen, you can see the current situation going down out in the water in the shallows here on the northwest corner of Gran Canaria Fronton. 10 minutes, 50 seconds remaining out of this 25-minute heat. Top two waves are scored. Only one rider will advance on. The rider in second place will get an equal 17th place in the event, and 2,560 points will be allotted on their overall leaderboard points. So, Davis Blackwell, Alan Munoz, out in the water.
Yeah, one of the things that I've noticed this morning is that the horizon has some clouds on it, and what I've been told is that kind of is associated with potentially bad winds. So you can kind of see a little bit of chop here coming through the lineup, Manny, and it looks like I think the wind is probably going to get a little bit funky, and what it does is it creates a cross chop, just adds to the difficulty of trying to navigate through these waves. There's Dino Camo, who got smashed yesterday.
Live action, Davis Blackwell. Oh my gosh, that was Alan Munoz coming out of a deep
That
pit.
was cool.
So Alan Munoz from Chile with a solid barrel ride. Now that's what he needed to get into that first place spot. But we're going to see one more time what he needed and where he is situated after that wave. But now it may be that Davis Blackwell may be behind the 8 ball. But again, here's another look at Alan Munoz.
Yeah, so it's kind of cool here. You watch how fast he I think that shockwave just shot him up. See that quick shot up, Manny, where he just got pushed up higher? He kept his line and just kept his forward momentum, and that was a well-ridden barrel.
Yeah, any other case, that shockwave will just knock your board just a little bit and just disengage it from the face of the wave. But there, Alan Munoz rode it perfectly.
utilize that to just kind of push them forward and yeah, just accelerate them through that pit.
And a lot of the riders, I think, once the water fills in, we'll see a lot more big lip maneuvers because the speed here you can generate on these waves is incredible.
Yeah,
And
that's
like you
right.
mentioned, any of those big moves that you can imagine possibly doable here. Double backflip, maybe? Double backflip.
Oh
maybe?
yeah, I was kind of running that by Tanner. Well, Tanner, we're gonna see the double backflip or what?
Yeah.
What's up? He thought, well, his thought was, doing it off of where the typical backflip is done off of a lip might not be too feasible because you're kind of directing your energy towards the wave. But I disagree. I think eventually that's going to be done. I think also, he was saying it's more of like a looping type of move where it's almost like you hit an oncoming section and you can do it. And we've seen that almost done in the past, but I think it's possible. 720 forward, 720 reverses, double backflips, all kinds of variations of combined access moves. All these things are like in the future, and it'd be neat to see some guys start doing it. It's good to see some guys open up, like Diego doing that huge flip, Tanner doing those forwards. I think if Tanner had stuck that one on the right, that would have really set a really cool, given them some cushion and maybe let them explore a little bit. And I think as soon as you see opportunities where the guys have to get a little bit ahead and then they can start feeling more relaxed and being a little bit more experimental, I think you're going to see those new moves. It's going to be really cool.
Yeah, there's a couple video clips floating around PLC last year going and attempting the double backflip, and these were on waves not too similar to this. If he brought that, and if you like you said, if he just let go a little bit and attempted that out he could probably be the first one to do a double backflip in competition, which has yet to be done.
Yeah, that would be pretty special. We might see it in this event, man. This could be it. This could be the landmark event. This event has a ways to go, and we're really kind of getting down to the concentrated mix of riders. So everything's coming to a head here, not just the waves, not just the reef.
Is a double backflip in your
I've thought about it.
Yes.
In the big section, if I get a big section, I'm not going to hold back. It's like, this is the last event of the year. It's all in, man.
Yeah, that's what we want to hear.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's what a lot of the riders are thinking too.
That's where everyone's at,
Yeah.
It's like, it's for everyone.
Alan Munoz and Davis Blackwell out in the water. So Davis Blackwell making a good run here at El Fronton.
Yeah, Davis, these waves suit Davis. He's from WA, the box. This is similar to a lot of those waves where there's, kind of slabby type thick pits that are really, really catered to the bodyboard. And so he's been surfing those types of waves for years and years, and so this is right up his alley.
And same goes with Alan Munoz. He comes to us from Chile, where there's a ton of reef breaks that are really slabby and hit the shallow reefs down there as well. So it's great to see two guys who have that experience in their back pocket and are ready to throw it down right here at El Fronton, the 2016 Fronton King. Again, welcome everybody. Manny V here with Mike Stewart in the booth and Jeff Hubbard preparing for the day. This guy puts more sunscreen on his face than anybody that I know, but
probably a good thing to take note from.
Yes. Jacob Romero, he is super stoked. He advanced on out of his heat where he went head-to-head with Dino Carmo, and that's where Dino actually had to bail out early.
When Dino went head-to-head with the reef out there.
That's right. Oh my gosh. Everybody was just holding their breath and making sure that he was okay.
Yeah, and yesterday afternoon there was quite a few injuries as well. In that lower tide situation with that pulsing swell, man, guys were getting smoked.
It's this way. There's a lot of energy here. We're in the middle of the Atlantic. We're about 93 miles northwest of Africa, and we're just subjected to the raw power of the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, right off of Morocco.
Yeah, it's crazy. Gran Canaria, one of the islands here in the Canary Islands. So, Mike, are we going to have you here for another heat?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I don't know if it's going to be we're going to get to it this morning or if it's going to be an afternoon thing.
In the booth. You want to stick around for one more heat?
Yeah, sure. I'm hanging.
Okay, so
if you want.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Let me ask the viewers. Viewers, do you guys want Mike Stewart to? I'm not even going to ask. They'll say yes.
Thanks, viewers. I enjoy commentating this. It's as much fun to talk about it is to view. And hopefully I'm not babbling too much.
No. But I think, so Garth McGregor yesterday lost a fin in his heat. And it's one of those rare fins that they don't make anymore. We'll come back to
Alan
Alan
Munoz. Behind the peak here. Oh, nice roll. That was really nice how he hit that and just kind of slowed down and extended. Alan's just been on a tear through Europe. You know, his victory in Sintra over crazy circumstances, where I guess he was like, what, late? He almost didn't make his heat. He was going straight from the airport, straight to the contest, straight into his heat, straight into a victory at Sintra, which is a beach break. You know, I would never expect Alan Munoz, kind of a reef break expert, to do well in a beach break.
Yeah, I mean, he has some fire under his fins, and he's ready to rock. Look at this, another replay.
Nice scoop right behind the peak. Nice barrel. Look at this, just stalling there nice and deep, and then coming out. Times the lip, nice. Just that extra extension and loftiness, I think, is what really impresses the judges. Just looks nice.
I've noticed a lot of the riders who are hitting the lip and using that full projection of that lip. There's so much power there that I don't know if it's catching a few of them off surprise, but it's just projecting them higher and further than any other wave they've ridden so far up until this point. I mean, yeah, Arica has something similar, but this wave, because it's hitting the deep water to the shallow water, all that force is coming out through the lip of the wave, and if you can harness that, of course, a double backflip is possible.
Yeah, that's a great observation, man. The lip does have tons of power, and you know, I've always said there's kind of two different types of wave riding. There's waves where you need to generate the speed and redirect it to your benefit, and then there's waves where you got to harness the speed and use that energy for your benefit. And so this is definitely that second class of wave where you're trying to harness the power here, and it's not easy to wrangle. I mean, it's got so much juice, so much power, so much speed. When you're in the barrel, you're like, you know, the first thing you want to do is get out, because it's like you feel deep, you're not going to come out, but it's got so much power, it just ejects you. Looks like a set coming in here.
Davis Blackwell right now with priority and in second place, needing an 8.33 with time winding down. Can Davis Blackwell find that wave? He looked like he had an opportunity there, but because of the wave was hitting the reef not perfectly where he was situated, he opted not to go on that. So there's the situation out in the water with 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining. I don't know if you can hear the whistling in the background, but I think that's a fellow athlete whistling out to, that was Garth McGregor.
Well, this is crunch time for Davis Blackwell. He needs a score to get through this. He needs an 8.33, which is totally within his scope. Let's see what this does for him. Will this be the wave, Manny?
Oh, he's going in. He's going left on this bomb right here. Makes it to the bottom, but can't hold his rail.
Oh my goodness, that was heavy.
Just airdropped into this massive.
It looks like he got a little hung up on the way down. Maybe lost his speed and couldn't keep that line. Got to the bottom and just lost his speed and just got consumed by
just
Mr.
getting
Fronton.
to the bottom. That seemed, I mean, if you can get to the bottom, okay, game on, but just getting to the bottom is a vital piece of what's happening out here at El Fronton.
I'm sure the light didn't help, you know, the sun in his eyes, but man, that was heavy.
Wow, Davis Blackwell, last chance right there on the left. Did not come out on top on this heat, but we are going to take another look. Talk us through it.
Gosh, I want to say this could have been the wave. Look at this late drop. So late drop, air drop, basically, bounces, couldn't get, just that second bounce. Sometimes when the wave runs away from you that fast, you want to get forward too quick, and you don't keep a smooth transition. And as a result of that, you're going to lose your speed, which that was just kind of a hectic drop. You just kind of airdrop bounce, but a lot of times you'll lose your speed, and which happened there, and there's just no way on earth you're going to make it out of that, even if the thing ejects you. I guess I've heard when it's super big out here, it almost doesn't matter. You can be in the whitewater, it'll hold you in the whitewater and just shoot you out.
So that was it. So it is Alan Munoz advancing on, beating out Davis Blackwell out of that last heat. So Alan Munoz going into round number 4, but not a bad effort. Very last second for Davis Blackwell going big on that last big bomb.
That was pretty cool. Good effort from Davis, for sure.
So Mike Stewart and Manny Vargas bringing you the live feed from the 2016 Fronton King. The sun is out, the waves are pumping. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with the next heat out in the water.
Gran Canaria se ha convertido en punto de referencia para la celebración de grandes pruebas deportivas, ofreciendo tanto a residentes como visitantes sus magníficas condiciones durante todo el año. Seguir creciendo es labor de todos. Participa y apoya el deporte en tu isla. Gran Canaria, Isla Europea del Deporte.
Hay un lugar en Gran Canaria que es reducto de tradiciones, un lugar en la costa para contemplar nuestras alturas, un lugar en las alturas para ver la inmensidad del mar. Ven a descubrir nuestro pasado y traerlo hasta el presente. Patrimonio etnográfico, cultural, gastronómico. Altos de Galdar. Saborea nuestro paisaje.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with Mike Stewart holding it down in the booth. We have some crazy action, but first we got an interview with the winner of the last heat. Yes, Tanner McDaniel. Take it away, Danny.
Red 6.0. Red 6.0.
Hi, welcome back. We got Tanner McDaniels, winner of heat number 11 of round 3. How's the feeling in the water?
Yeah, it's pretty much pumping out there. It's really cool to compete in waves like this. Yeah, stoked to win. Keep moving on. We get to surf out here more.
All right, yeah, cool. Well, how was your best waves?
Yeah, I had a couple good barrels on the right, couple airs on the left, and yeah, just trying to catch whatever I can with one guy out. Stoked.
Yeah, taking advantage of just being 2 guys out. That's a pretty cool 25 minute. So, what's your feeling for next round?
Yeah, I'm excited. Not sure when I'll surf again, but looking forward to it. Yeah, hopefully the waves are as good as they were in the last one. Excited.
Cool. Thank you very much, Tanner. Well, we get back to our colleague here, Manny Vargas. Thank you for watching.
All right, so welcome back, everybody. Mike Stewart and Manny here, breaking it down for you here at the 2016 Fronton King. The sun is blaring right now, and as Mike mentioned, the lefts that sun is directly in your eyes. So when you see the riders take off left, you know what they have to deal with. Let's get out into the action right now. Heat number 13, our very own David Hubbard is going against the Spaniard, Aitor Martin. So Aitor and David Hubbard out in the water. Let's get out there. All right, so David Hubbard, he has been sitting here watching those live webcasts and talking as well, but he's out there in this heat, and he's been in top form, up and riding right now. Aitor Martin.
Oh, nice section, blowout. Little spin to cap it off. That was a well-ridden barrel. Nice wave that came in. One of the longer walled waves we've seen in just a few minutes. So that should be a pretty decent score.
So David Hubbard, who has been pretty much on a tear, the last few events. And now with Aitor Martin, he's got his work cut out for him, because Aitor loves this place. He loves it when it's big and heavy. And David Hubbard, he couldn't wait to get out there. So, a little quick update on the forecast. Have you been looking at the forecast?
Yeah, it's going to get absolutely massive in the next few days. So this place is going to be on the verge of reality in terms of what can and can't be done. Some guys are saying maybe, other guys are saying no way. Most of the locals are saying no way. So it's hard to tell exactly what it's going to mean for Fronton, other than it's just going to be probably washed out. I don't think that this is going to be the spot, but there's going to be other places that come to life that are going to be phenomenal. So there is a pretty massive swell that's on its way, This
do you
is
think
just
that-
the first of 3 pulses, I guess, in it.
When do you think that may have? Oh, but first live action, up and riding, perfect scoop right there. Nice clean bottom turn, nice clean roll from Aitor Martin, and that wave was perfectly ridden. For
Yeah,
what it
Aitor
was.
getting busy here with 2 quick waves under his belt, and man, that's one good way to apply pressure to your opponent.
So now riders have scores dropping down on their score. Dave Hubbard up and riding. Look at this left-hander. Eyes are in the sun. Oh, actually comes around that section and has to duck under there before it shuts down on him. So Dave Hubbard did straighten out right there, but he had enough speed to come around that very shallow section and cut out. Again, very, very scary to ride that left and straighten out. But here's a look at Aitor's first wave.
Aitor's
And
first
then
wave.
we go
Oh.
straight to David Hubbard's wave.
So Dave on the right, looks like he's stalling there. And you'll see, Dave is that nice, well-ridden barrel. Dave has, in my estimation, kind of an unconventional style. He does some really unusual things on a board that I'm not used to seeing, which is really cool. It's refreshing because what he can do, he can activate this speed in really unusual places. And it's great to see just the variety of different techniques he uses to do his thing. And like you said, I mean, he's been on a tear as well. I mean, this guy's just had a phenomenal season on tour and has done some of the biggest moves we've seen on tour as a result of kind of his, I would say, his unconventional technique, where he's able to really capitalize on speed in unique places where your typical standard type of riding might not be able to accomplish that. So I think he's a very free-spirited guy, and you'll see some craziness in the heat always with Dave. It's fun to watch because it's unexpected, and sometimes stuff will come off and he'll just be goofing around, kind of getting himself loosened up, and then you'll see the absolute biggest move of the contest go down. So Dave is a real fun rider to watch from Kauai in Hawaii.
You see the situation out in the water right now. David Hubbard needs a 5.67, totally attainable. Aitor Martin looking pretty solid, 6.83 and a 4.83. And Aitor's looking to better both of those scores to pull away from Hubbard a little bit further. But David Hubbard looking pretty good with that 6-point ride. So definitely on the hunt, ton of time, 16 minutes and 57 seconds. And you saw a little glimpse of former world champion Uri Valadão from Brazil going head-to-head with fellow Brazilian Dudu Pedra.
Oh, that's going to be a heat, man.
That's going to be a good one.
Oh, here we go, yellow, up and riding. Aitor up, quick little bottom turn pump, another pump through the barrel, weaves its way through that. A quick spin in the pocket, kind of looks like that might have gobbled him up there. But his main scoring potential will be his main scores will come for that kind of weaving through that first section of that wave.
So Aitor all the way to the inside, just on the verge of being on that dry reef, but pulls out just in the nick of time. And now Dave Hubbard waiting patiently with priority. So the priority, we're going to see a couple of paddle battles, which means that both riders may have caught in a wave and they head back out to the lineup. And the person who gets to the lineup first will have that priority. How important? Wait a second, live action.
Dave Hubbard scooping in there, going for a big forward air, making it. The thing with this left is it just ejects you into the channel, and so that was a total make in my opinion. Judges like to see kind of you riding out of the white water, so I'm not sure how that's going to score, but usually, I mean, that was a pretty sick move, and like I said, there goes Dave, right, flying to the sky. So it was just a matter of time. I think that was pretty sick. I hope we get a replay of that because I'd like to really examine that closely. Here we go.
Let's take another look at Aitor's wave.
Aitor, so one pump right there, you can see him quick little turn, sets himself up, another little pump for a high line, weaves through that barrel. Well-ridden wave there. And then he sees this next section, he's going to try to extract a little bit more, a quick spin, but rail gets stuck up there and the wave just flung him to the ceiling. So yeah, he's, and here's Dave's scoop, nice scoop in the barrel, right into a forward. And so had he landed on the front half of that wave where you're seeing the whitewater in front, which is really hard to do here, he would have got a really high score. And I think part of the reason why they scaled back is because he kind of was on the side of the wave. But when you're getting flung up in the air, it's hard to tell where you land.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, the judges are keeping note on that particular section on the wave. They want to see you come out in front of the wave, but because of the way it is breaking, it's going to be very detrimental on where you land these big maneuvers and whether you pull out in front of the wave or off to the side. And the judges are taking note of that. So 14 minutes remaining in this heat. H.O.R. with his last wave of a 6.57 puts him out ahead of Dave Hubbard. Now Dave needs a 7.4. 13 minutes remaining, definitely possible for Dave to find that wave. Well, so we're going to touch on the priority. The paddle battle.
You love the paddle battle, man. You're so funny. I swear I've seen situations where Manny says, okay, it looks like a paddle battle. The guys aren't even racing yet. And Manny like prompts them from the commentating booth. Yeah, there's going to be a paddle battle, and then they start paddling it out, man. And
well, I mean, it's a critical part of the game here. I mean, if you have priority,
it can mean the difference between losing and winning.
Yeah, and just a quick summary on what the priority system is. There's only a small area to take off properly on these waves, and if you have priority and you're coming down to the last few minutes, you can actually use that priority as a strategy as well. Not necessarily to go catch the biggest and best waves, which the priority is there for, but you can also use it as a strategy towards the last minutes
the defensive mechanism where you want to keep your competitor off of a score. I think you saw that in Tanner's heat, or at least I noticed that, where there's probably a wave that he might not have gone on, but he saw that his competitor was in
Danielle Quintana.
Danielle was in contention for that wave and potentially he could have got a really high score. And so what ended up happening was he took off on that wave to hold him off of the wave, his competitor. So you're right, man. I mean, that's like one of the main things about priorities is controlling that lineup.
Yeah, so you'll still hear me say paddle out the back right now.
Dave Hubbard scooping in. Nice barrel. This thing's going to pinch on him. He should come out of this.
Oh,
there he is. Comes out through the whitewater.
That was, I mean, how much turbulence is going on right there before Dave punches out of that whitewater?
Well, you can't. I mean, when you're in there, and especially in that wave, basically it's just whitewater all around. You can't really tell what's going on. You know, you got a line, you got to keep doing it, and just in the back of your mind, you're kind of thinking, okay, where's the reef? Where am I going to end up on the reef? You know, is this thing going to keep pushing me out, or am I going to get pushed into another section that closes out on me? So all these things kind of running through your head, and you know, it's not easy a lot of times to get through those that have the whitewater.
But he held on and pulled out through that whitewash. It's not a clean exit, but he does come out of that barrel ride, and the judges will take note of that as well. So again, we do have the jet ski, the Red Bull jet ski out there on patrol. We do have a couple of the other riders, including Ryan Hardy, who's in the channel as a safety as well. And he's out there all day long. Somebody's got to be bringing him food or water or something.
Ryan?
Yeah, Ryan.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. Yeah, man, I tell you what, I think the contest owes that guy a beer or two, boy. He's a trooper being out there just... I mean, you know, it's fun to watch and stuff, but man, you know, just to be out there that long, you know, it's and the water's it's cool, you know, but after a while, you know, you're going to lose your body temperature, your core temperature, and it's going to be kind of cold probably.
If not for the physical side of things, the mental side of things, it's Ryan Hardy. He's looking at these perfect waves that he cannot partake in, so the mental side of things is probably doing some damage as well. But, he's looking at these empty waves, unridden waves, but he's a trooper, and we may have some.
And he's stoked to watch. I mean, look, you know, the next
seat.
best thing, yeah, you know, you're in the water, being able to watch this action like right in front of you. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, Ryan Hardy out there in the green jersey, just standing by with the jet skiers. So a great view again of El Fronton. Manny V here with Mike Stewart, bringing you the live feed, and you can see the wind starting to kick up just a little bit, adding a little bit of texture to the water surface. but not so much where it's going to actually make the break.
Okay, here's Red up and riding. This looks like a good wave for Dave. I think he's coming out of this.
Oh my!
Clean, nice spin. Oh!
Catches a rail.
Catches a rail on the spin.
But that thing stayed open for Dave. Perfectly executed.
Yeah, that was a pretty sick barrel. I think that was a score he probably needed. Had he made that spin, I think for sure he would have got the score. But I'm pretty sure that first part of the wave was pretty cool. So here we are, deep line here. He scoops in. He kind of gets keeps the line there, and just is deep in that barrel. And the barrel kind of tightens up on him, but he just keeps his line, and it opens up again for him, and he comes right out. Very cool. And he wanted to throw that spin in there and just got a little hung up on that.
So now it is David Hubbard. They gave him, I believe that is his last wave right there, a 5.97, no?
No, he looks like he just moved ahead with a 6-point ride. 7.67.
Wow, so David Hubbard's 7-point ride, it puts him into that first place spot. Now it is Aitor looking for a 6.85. So David Hubbard's still in the run. 8 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Aitor Martin in the yellow jersey. No stranger here at El Fronton, and I did look over my shoulder. There is a little bump coming in, so you can probably see it on your screen as well if you look to the top of your screen, and you can see David Hubbard paddling, trying to get in position, and Aitor with priority. And here are a couple of the riders who will be coming up next. Jeff Hubbard is going to be coming up. Tristan Roberts, the South African, waiting calmly. David Hubbard taking a look at that and pulling back. But a solid heat out in the water.
Yeah, it's been a seesaw battle, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, with these waves, I mean, a high-scoring, excellent wave, totally possible. Our only 10-point ride was yesterday morning with Nicholas Chiara, starting off yesterday's competition, which was amazing. And we do see a couple of looks at this. No takers. Still priority with Aitor Martin. David Hubbard with second priority. So Aitor can take any wave that comes his way without having David Hubbard interfere in any way. If David Hubbard drops in on him or gets in his way with if Aitor has priority and Dave gets in Aitor's way in any way, there will be a penalty.
Yeah, it basically means the end of the heat for you.
Yeah.
And at this level of competition, I mean, if you make as much as one mistake in these heats as these higher heats, a lot of times it's just that one mistake that makes a difference and you're out. So you add a interference to that, and it's like it would be very, very difficult for a competitor to come through with an interference. So yeah, the priority really playing a big role here. And it's also a nice thing to have because in the past, when there wasn't priority, especially when the waves are heavy, it's, you're having a jockey in the lineup, not only, negotiate super thick drops and gnarly pits, but having to negotiate jockeying with the competitor. And it's just like, man, it usually puts you in a compromised position, and a lot of times you get smoked and injured. So it's done a lot for the sport, this priority.
Pretty exciting here in the action at the 2016 Fronton King. Manny B here with Mike Stewart. We're coming down to the 6-minute mark here in round number 3, heat number 13. Again, only one rider will advance on into round number 4. And we are heat 13 of 16. The question is, will the tide hold off from becoming too low? And will we finish off round number 3 today?
So this is a nervous time for Dave. There's 5 minutes left. Aitor's playing the waiting game. So he's going to wait for one more good wave. Let's see if this is it.
6.85 is what Aitor is looking for. Comes around that section, pulls in,
looks like
and not much there for Aitor.
That was one of those mistakes I was telling you about, Manny, because that right there could have cost him the heat. Had he waited for a really good wave, I think he probably would have got the score based on his other performances on the waves. So that could have been the heat for him, Now Dave has priority, has control of the lineup. With only a few minutes to go, it's going to be hard for Aitor to come back and take this heat at this point.
The only reason I can think Aitor went for that wave is he thought the time will run away from him with just 5 minutes remaining. I mean, you're right. I think he could have held off a little bit more, waited for that better wave than we just got with 5 minutes remaining. That the chances of him getting one of those better waves within 5 minutes is better than not. So yeah, that was probably a crucial moment right there in this heat for Heitor Martin.
Yeah, you know, that set that came in before looked like it might have had the opportunity or the potential to get the score he needed, but neither of them went. I think he's just kind of playing the waiting game, but wow, I saw just reel off and blow out, and I thought, well, that was pretty sick wave. I'm surprised no one went on that, and with Heitor had priority, he was just kind of holding off Dave, so nobody was able to catch the wave. So this is it. It's going to come down to this, and now it's nervous for Dave because, you know, he knows that his competitor doesn't need much, and you can watch Dave, like you'll see him look over his shoulder here a few times, you know, just to see, hey, what's going on? You know, is there a wave coming in? Is he going to get it? So this is crunch time. This is when it becomes really interesting.
Keeping tabs on the lineup, on the horizon, as well as his fellow competitor, Heitor Martin. Dave Hubbard just with priority, just being alert on everything that's out in the water right now. And it looks like there is a little bump coming towards them on the horizon. You can see it on your screen. Getting in position, trying to find that takeoff zone, making sure they're in that right spot just in case that set does come in. Heitor Martin looking for a 6.85. David Hubbard in that first place position. Will not let his guard down because he knows Heitor knows this wave and is definitely capable of getting that 6.85. So waiting patiently. 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go out of this 25-minute heat.
And so Dave's in a really good spot right now, both in terms of his points, but also his position in priority. Like if a left comes in, Dave can go. If a right comes in, he can go. So he can kind of control that peak at the moment, and that's what he's doing.
And that's the value right there of holding priority in these last few minutes of the heat, especially here at El Fronton, because of the takeoff zone is not that wide. You're probably looking at the two extremes right there of where to take off in this area, on this wave, which is unlike the beach breaks where there's waves everywhere. Here's a little quick look at some of the crowds starting to line up. It's a little different here the time in Europe or in this island of Gran Canaria. A lot of people have dinner at 9 o'clock and roll out of bed.
Everything's a little later here.
Yes.
Or a lot later than what I'm used to.
Okay,
Dave Hubbard up and riding. Nice barrel. Oh, it looked like it kind of sucked inward on that wave. You know, sometimes you'll see the spit blow out. Sometimes it comes the other way. You know, if it folds over and opens up wider in the back, the spit will actually blow inward. And I think if you see we see a replay of this, you'll watch that whole wave turn white for a second. It's almost like it just kind of sucked in.
Like an implosion.
Okay, so that leaves the door slightly open for Heitor. Let's see if there's anything coming in here.
Great shot right there
this next wave there might be an opportunity here. No, I guess not.
Oh no, time is winding down with priority. Heitor Martin out in the water, needing a solid score. Louis Finnegan not making it out of his heat against Diego Cabrera, who was just on fire this morning.
1 minute, just 1 minute to go.
1 minute remaining. Heitor Martin looking for a 6.85. 1 minute to go. Will Mother Nature deliver? That is the question right now within this last 50 seconds. David Hubbard with that second priority.
David, it looks like a set's moving in here. Dave catching the inside wave. Let's see what he can do here.
Oh my.
Nice, slow down. I'm pretty sure he's going to come out of this.
So David Hubbard not being successful on that last wave right there, but it was very smart of Dave to even try to. That's the level of. You can see the frustration right there. Heitor Martin just had an opportunity to slip away from him. The Canary Island rider. 10 seconds remaining.
Close heat.
But the strategy Dave Hubbard had just right then, he had to better a 6 points which is his lower of his two high-scoring waves. So if he pulled that off, it may have pulled away
That's
a
right.
little bit further from Aitor Martin if he were to pull that air reverse off in the inside. But unsuccessful, and unsuccessful as well was Aitor Martin in this heat. So another solid heat in the books. David Hubbard advancing on out of that heat. So coming up next, the two Brazilians, Rudy Valadao and Dudu Pedra, going head to head. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
Life is nourished by experiences that make you grow. So choose a destination where the climate is great all year round, where there's a new, thrilling landscape to discover every day. A destination full of unforgettable moments for you and for everyone. Choose a great destination. Choose Gran Canaria.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2016 Fronton King here in a sunny morning. Manny B here with Mike Stewart, and we have some incredible action going out in the water from the beginning of the day. And up next, this one's going to be a good one.
This is a cracker of a heat. We got Dudu Pedra, kind of the slab hunter from Itacochara, versus Uri Valadao, who's just been on a rampage and bigger surf. I mean, he used to be known as like a small wave guy, but this guy's been charging.
Yeah, so we have two chargers from Brazil. Only one Brazilian will advance on. Will it be Uri Valadao in red, or will it be Dudu Pedra in the yellow jersey? And there's a wave similar in Itacochara. They call it shock. And that right-hander it's a slab just to the northern side of the beach. And it is an incredible wave, and he is no stranger to dropping into massive slabs. Will he find one of those waves here in this 25-minute heat? We will find out shortly. But again, Uri Valadao, he loves hitting the lip. He loves the high-flying backflips and ARSs. So this is a very, very fun heat to watch right here, ladies and gentlemen. Again, heat number 14, in red, Uri Valadao, in yellow, Dudu Pedra.
I will add Uri Valadao with the world title and numerous national championships. I'm pretty sure this guy's won tons of events. He knows how to win. He knows how to compete. Here's Dave, our winner of our last heat.
Yeah, he's pretty stoked, and we're going to get him back in here for, I believe, a few more heats before we either put the event on hold or we keep running. We'll find out, and you're going to find out as soon as we get the word from the contest director. But again, 25-minute heats, top two waves are scored, one rider advances on, and one rider will come in equal 17th in this event. So far so good as far as our conditions are concerned.
Yeah, conditions holding, which is great.
We
We have a little paddle here. Looks like our first rider is going to be up in, oh, no. Gosh, that was
pulling back.
probably a good decision, actually.
It looked like that wave had a really long wall, and it probably wasn't going to be enough for Uri Valadao to make it through that. 21 minutes remaining out in this 25-minute heat.
So here's, looks like Uri paddling for this one. So stalling here for the barrel.
Oh my!
Nice slotted barrel. And let's see. Oh, nice big lip move.
That was
that's
insane.
what the judges like to see. I'm not sure if they'll deem that as a make. It looked like a make to me, but I know they like to watch the rider come out of the whitewater. So I'm not sure if he'll get points deducted from that. What do you think, Manny?
Well, I would love to see another look at that, but I turned away at the last second. But for me, I thought it was a pool, but I didn't see that last ride through. So Before I can say anything, I would have to see that again. But Udi Valadal's barrel ride though was a pretty solid score.
Yeah, that was in itself a great score. And so there you have it. They deem it as a make, it looks like, and that's an 8. So just probably the magnitude of that move combined with the length of that barrel, 8-point ride.
8-point ride for Udi Valadao, drawing first blood here in Heat 14. Dudu Pedra now on with priority is going to wait patiently, and we do have a replay of Udi Valadao's wave.
Okay, so here you go. Nice. I like how he extended that bottom turn, just really deep there. You can see how deep he is. A shockwave coming up underneath him. He rides right above it, spits out, and then he goes right into the lip move. And that's textbook Udi Valadao. Yep, there you go. You see him making it there, landing, getting a little bit caught up in white water after that, but lands cleanly. So that's textbook Udi, always looking for the lip and adding the barrel rides to boot now, probably becoming a better and better. I've seen this person really improve over the years to the point now where I've gotten smoked by him in big Chile. Like, when he was kind of just notorious small wave guy, he went out and just killed me in Chile. I was like, man, what's up?
Well, what do you think it is? Because I know, what is that transition from liking the small waves and all of a sudden saying, okay, let's attack the big stuff?
That's a great question, Manny, and that is a huge part of surfing, and it's all about timing in my book. The thing that's real difficult in small waves is the timing happens really quickly, so your reaction speeds have to be really fast. In bigger surf, everything takes longer, so your timing slows down a bit, and so what Yuri's been able to do is just kind of slow down his timing and apply it to bigger and bigger surf. His desire's there, which is the other kind of component to, charging waves. If the waves are, here we go. Udi back up and riding. Deep, comes out, nice, deep, looking for another lip move, going for a flip. So just extending, and he comes out, makes that. So just extending it, building his score base, and that's going to be a very high score. Dudu's going to have his work cut out for him.
That was 2 solid back-to-back waves from Udi Valadao. And we've seen one rider just take off from the other rider this morning in some of the heats, but look at this another.
Yeah, Udi just kind of scooping in with that first section, almost clamshelling a little bit, and he just kept in there, comes out, and then just looks for the section. And you can see his weight real far forward, and I'm glad to see that he kind of opened up there, tried to did a flip move, which was great. And so that's another great score for Udi Valadao. So wow, within minutes, Dudu Pedro's comboed without catching a wave, and there's 17 minutes left in this heat. This is going to be a battle for Dudu to climb back out of this.
What I think Udi Valadao is realizing is that there's not too many big bomb perfect sets coming in right now. So a lot of the riders are opting for these medium-sized waves, which are holding up a little better and have that lit opportunity to do big maneuvers. And Udi Valadao taking full advantage of that situation. So again, Udi Valadao, 2 solid waves right off the bat. 2 big barrels, 1 barrel to a roll and 1 barrel to an ARS. Udi Valadao. Now, what is Dudu Pedro going to do?
Yeah, that's a high score already. 15, that's one of the highest scores we've seen in this round. So, yeah, Dudu's got his work cut out for him. With Dudu, it's not going to take, it'll take 2 waves at this point, 2 good waves. He can get a 10. This guy's capable of getting a 10 if he just catches the right wave. And so I think that's kind of what, he's probably waiting for that. From the beach, you're looking out there and you see these waves coming in and go, wow, if I just catch that one in my heat, I probably could do pretty well. So he's probably got in his mind what he's looking for, and it's just a matter of him finding that.
So if you haven't already done so, make sure you check out our Facebook page, APB Tour. And that's where I'm gonna post something within the next couple minutes, and just a quick shout out given to those that are tuning in. So open up another little quick window, open up APB Tour, the Facebook page, and that's where I'm gonna post Mike Stewart and Manny V here, where you at, and we'll get to that list and start attacking that list. And give us where you're tuning in from. what time it is and who you're going for to win this event.
Oh, big wave from Dudu Pedro. Nice line there to just navigate through that. Carves down. Let's see if he can find an inside move. Looks like he's waiting for it and decides to get out of there. Not much on offer after that. It just kind of moved off of the reef into the kind of more deep location, and as a result, just kind of turned mushy at the end. So nice set wave from Dudu Pedro. We'll see how that scores.
That was the biggest wave ridden so far this heat, but it was just a barrel ride. Didn't have the opportunity to do a lip maneuver. Let's take us through it one more time.
Yeah, so he does well there. Nice line. You know, he deals with a little bit of chandelier from that falling lip, but comes out pretty cleanly, carves down, and then, yep, just not much more on offer there.
Pretty cool little shot right here of the athletes area where the green turf is, and then this hole, I mentioned it before in Arica, where it looks like a grandstand. You have the wall that everybody can watch the waves breaking, just within 100 yards out. And here, same thing. We're up on a cliff and we're looking down at some amazing bodyboarding action. It's full, like an arena.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's a full-on amphitheater. And here, Uri Valadao up and riding again, going through a step, which was pretty cool to see. Let's see, he's carving down. He's going to try to look for another inside move here. Gets another little barrel. Good little double barrel ride from Uri Valadao, really applying the pressure to Dudu.
Uri Valadao's wave riding skills right there were unbelievable. There was actually a little step inside of the barrel, which means that there was another little mini wave forming, and he had to step up and over that. Here, take us through it.
Yeah, so here he goes. You can see his board. Watch his board right there. Did so well to get through that. Just kind of extended his arms, kept his drive, kept his line, kept his rail engaged the whole time. Keep that speed. Little fade down here. And he's just waiting for the next section, looking for a lip move, not there. Now Dudu scooping in late.
Live action right here. Dudu Pedro answering back with a wave of his own. Clean, quick barrel, and kicks out of that one. So wave for wave, Dudu Pedro and Uri Valadao. So
that could have been a strategic move there with Dudu coming out before Uri to try to get priority again.
And it looks like he is going to be getting out to the outside before Uri Valadao and maintain that priority. So Dudu's going to make it to the outside, have priority, and now have that chance to catch any wave that does roll through. So it's going to be interesting where the situation is currently out in the water. So here's another look at
Dudu. So just a quick barrel, but you can see him catching a high line there. So it looks like, the tide's kind of affecting it. You can see what happens now with the tide. It starts becoming there's some steps in the wave. It starts draining off of shallower sections of the reef. And as a result, it kind of gets a little bit more, some anomalies on the face. So more difficult to ride, for sure.
Yeah, as the tide starts dropping. The wind is still holding off, which is amazing. We'll take that. But the tide is going to keep dropping, and that's going to make this wave a little bit more dangerous and a little bit more tough to navigate through. But the riders at this level, they're going to be able to do it. And you saw Uri Valadao maneuver over that step in that barrel perfectly. But
yeah, that was well ridden.
It is changing.
So Dudu knows. I think he once he took off on that wave, once it stopped barreling, he knew right then that probably wouldn't be the score, and get back out as soon as you can. Try to control the lineup. See if a big bomb will come in. You need a big bomb at this point, Dudu. You need a 9. So that's a big task to ask with coming lower in tide. So that's not going to be an easy thing for Dudu to find out here at the moment.
Totally possible, though, with 11 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. He does have priority. He has a 6.17 and a 5. That 5 is his lower score of his top 2 waves. So with 11 minutes, he still has that opportunity to go out and get 2 new waves if Mother Nature delivers those waves. But I mean, there's possibility that there's no waves that come in at all. We've seen it before at other breaks, but this one, because of its consistency, he will still have a shot at a few more waves.
Yeah, that's right. It looks like he's got priority. Let's see if, sometimes having that priority with a big score that you need, sometimes you have a tendency to wait it out. And that could work actually to Uri's favor, because if he waits too long, it's not going to come at all, and he won't have an opportunity to build on his score base. On the other hand, if it does come, he'll get the score he needs. And here he is up and riding. So it looks like he's going to take the strategy of just trying to get, well, that one just kind of fully clamshelled. So that's kind of was an interesting decision by Dudu. And so maybe, hard to say what was running through his mind, but maybe he was just thinking what I was thinking, don't wait too long, otherwise you're not going to be able to build your score. And rather than trying to get a 9, if you are able to build your score, you might only need a 7. So it's all these different strategies run through your mind in amongst, negotiating all this other chaotic conditions happening around you, with the dropping tide and the falling lips and shock waves and all these types of things. So it looks like Dudu still, still in the holding pattern, waiting for that bomb, really.
Quick shout outs right now to those that are waiting, and those are just a couple riders in the channel, making sure they don't get caught inside, keeping tabs on where they are situated out in the lineup. And here's a nice quick pan of our crowd starting to fill up here. Yesterday was just packed at the Saturday afternoon, and here it's starting to line up to do a little bit of the same. But Dudu Petra now looking for a 9-point ride with 8 minutes to go. So quick shout out to those that have logged into our APB Tour Facebook page. So we got Dayton and Shelby tuning in from Oahu. And we got No comfortably sitting on his sofa in Brittany, France. We have Lloyd Llewellyn, who's been tuned in pretty much at every single event that I think I see his name on every single event. So thank you for tuning in. Shane Lono, of course. Shane is always tuned in, of course. I think he may have a iPad strapped onto his arm and watching every single thing there is about bodyboarding.
Shane, what time is it there?
8 minutes. 8 minutes.
It'll be around midnight.
Johnny Barkoff from Granola is tuning in as well. And we have Ricardo in New Zealand, Graham in Durban, South Africa. Vladimir is tuned in from the City of Angels. What's up, brother? Benjamin.
Here we go, Urivada up and riding, looking for a lip move here.
Oh,
goes for forward. Oh, wow, that was a hectic landing. I'm sure that was a little bit of whiplash there. I saw his head jar back. That was intense.
But these riders are at their top physical form and fitness, where they know they're going to be doing these maneuvers like this, and they know that the landings are going to be this. Let's take another look. You'll just see how hard this landing
is. Urivalado. You can see his long, drawn-out bottom turn. Weight up forward, looking for a lip move, sees a lip, and goes for a forward air. Gets projected out, but watch the landing here. Oh, man, just super intense. And that's, man, when you get projected into the flats like you do here, it can be pretty heavy. The impact can be pretty intense. But hey, these guys are great athletes. They're flexible. They're very fit, and as we saw yesterday, they can take an immense amount of punishment.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some incredible action here at the 2016 Fronton King. It's been an amazing 2 days of live webcasting, and we can't thank you enough for tuning in. Benjamin, with his wife Anna, tuning in from the Gold Coast in Australia. Jason, tuning in from Queensland as well. Tarek in Durban, South Africa. Quinn in South Africa as well. Dwayne is in San Diego, California, where it's 1:55 a.m. So good on you, brother. And Andrew Lewis tuning in from London. Jamie, thank you for tuning in from Cornwall. And Redders from the Gold Coast, going for the Aussies. So we're going to keep attacking this list. Thank you for tuning in. Mike Stewart and Manny V here giving you the live feed from the 2016 Fronton King.
Dudu still needing a high score here. He needs 9 to get through this heat. Time winding down. There hasn't really been a big set in a while, man. I would think that there probably we're due for one. What would you think?
Yeah, and if that does come in, Dudu Pedro is totally capable of getting a 9-point ride if he aligns himself perfectly to get that long barrel. We've seen this, a long barrel, out with a big maneuver, or just a giant heaving slab.
Yeah, for you guys who don't know where Dudu comes from, just do a little internet search of shock.
Yes.
In Itacoatiara in Brazil. And don't ask me how to spell that right now because it's kind of long to spell and I'm not sure how to do it. But I'm sure it'll come up. If you type in Itacoatiara
yes.
shock and put that Google image search, you'll see some slabs over there. That's Dudu's home grounds. It's the kind of the granite headland that's just past the beach break where the event is at for the APB Tour, the intense beach break there. So have a gander at that, and that's some of the action that Dudu kind of deals with and is capable of doing.
So if a big right hand slab comes in and Dudu's in position, he's not going to pull back.
Yeah.
I guarantee you that.
It's all green lights for Dudu.
Dudu actually put some time in the judging panel last year and decided to hang up the clipboard and get back out into the water as he misses it so much. So he had a good run this year. And those Fronton King t-shirts, very exclusive. And the winner of the Journey Bodyboard game by You Riding will walk away with one of these signed t-shirts from the event. So if you haven't already done so, download the game, the Journey Bodyboard, from the App Store, and you can actually compete in this event virtually as well. So get in there and get going. It was pretty cool to have Tanner McDaniel and Daniel Quintana head off. They're actually really good at the game, and to see them face off.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I see Tanner playing that quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So we'll see you. You can actually get the jersey too, the same jersey the riders are wearing. You can get that jersey virtually in the game. So that's the Journey Bodyboard by You Riding. Looks like we got some action out the back. Dudu Pedro.
Yeah, this might be the wave he's ready for a big set.
Oh,
no!
Boy. The guillotine of El Fronton coming down
my
hard
gosh.
on Dudu
That
Pedro.
was heavy. The wave that he needed did not cooperate in the way that he was hoping. That wave hammered him. Let's see if he's okay.
He's so far in from where he took off. He was underwater and got dragged along with the whitewash at least 30 yards underwater. But,
Yeah.
Oh, and he's still going.
Yeah, he's still getting dragged. Now watch this end here. He's going to get pushed right onto this, like this shelf here. This is getting pretty intense. It'll drain off of this. So the main thing is just to stay where there's some water.
Oh my.
Boy, that was a massive hammering. That was intense. It was good to see him go for it. Like we said, Manny was just mentioning, he's going to go for it.
Oh
Late
my.
drop. It's starting to step. Look what's in front of him, though. Like, there's just no way. And then he just realizes it.
Goodness.
Let's go, and the lip just comes down and just guillotines him.
I'm just happy that he's okay, because that was brutal right there. I mean, he airdropped at least 10 feet. Not from the top. He actually skipped from the top ledge and then airdropped another 10 feet to the bottom of the wave, and then just got annihilated by the big ol' energy coming onto the shallow reef of El Fronton.
That was hectic. And unfortunately, he leaves Uri out in the lineup with priority. And, man, that was intense, Manny.
We said it. If something big and slabby is coming, Dudu Pedro's not holding back, and that was proof right there. Oh my goodness, that was incredible.
Yeah, it's good to see the bravado there, and just the go for it attitude. Pretty cool to see.
Can't wait to see that in the highlight reels or in the photos. I mean, that photo that's going to hit the social media. Let's take another look. Awesome.
So here it is. Super late drop. You can tell he's almost airdropped, stepping down the step ladder, and he's not even board, not even engaged with the wave. You know, he's just like flying through the different steps. Gets to the bottom, that thing just consumes him.
There was a photographer in the shoulder right there in the channel, so hopefully he pressed the right button, because that was
intense.
insane. So Dudu Pedro still in that second place, looking for a 9-point ride. Uri Valadao looks like he's going to be walking through with 50 seconds remaining with priority. And Dudu Pedro is just getting out to the lineup, but you know what? It's still not over.
It's
Dudu
not
Petra
over.
can turn around on the perfect wave and still get a 9-point ride. 40 seconds remaining. Anything is possible.
Let's see if Uri uses those years and years of competitive experience. Uri just figured, you know what, I'm just going.
Oh,
nice barrel right here from Uri. Kept the low line. Kind of see his board. I mean, it probably like a lot of times that the shock wave will throw you around in there. And I think in that case, you could see his board really twist out towards the end, you know, to negotiate that.
and he was able to hold on to that and keep control the entire time. And there's 10 seconds remaining, and there could be one last opportunity for Dudu Petra.
Oh, this was the opportunity, but time has run out for Dudu Petra.
6.9.
All right, so there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Uri Valadao winning that last heat against Dudu Petra in the big stuff. So
yeah, that was intense. Really cool to see. And gosh, Uri Valadao looks really good. He's like in really good form right now. He's competing really smart. He's ripping. He's riding the barrel well. He's hitting the lip well. Like, this guy's gonna be hard to beat.
Yeah, I mean, that was an incredible heat. Great wave riding skills thrown down from both riders, but it was Uri Valadao who came out on top. So a big shout out to our two main sponsors, Gran Canaria, the European sports island, as well as Ayuntamiento de Galdar. Those two sponsors making it happen here, along with our other supporting sponsors of the 2016 Fronton King. So coming into finding that keyhole, look, you can see on a little speck of yellow.
You can see how gnarly that is. Just take a look at where Dudu is, okay?
Oh my gosh.
This is a gnarly situation. Like, it's getting in here is hard. You know, if you look at the two flags, that's kind of the keyhole that you're trying to shoot for. Dudu's getting sucked back off the shelf. I think he's gonna have to go around. At this point, it's not in a good spot.
Anyway, looks like we got live action right now from our next heat. That is Tristan Roberts, a South African in the yellow jersey, comes out of that clean barrel. Nice clean backflip right there. So not a bad way at all to start off your heat for Tristan Roberts. Currently out there going head-to-head with Miguel Adao from Portugal. So Mike, thank you once again for hanging out in here and you know, just hanging out.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, stoked to be here, Manny. It's really it's cool. It's an honor to be here with you. And yeah, this is cool. It's really neat to observe and analyze. And here we go. This is red up and riding. Nice projected line there.
Miguel Adao from Portugal in the red jersey.
Yeah, good speed through that barrel.
So two solid rides right off the bat. Again, anyone last words before we get Dave back in here?
No, just thanks everyone for tuning in, and hope you enjoy the show.
All right, thanks Mike once again. We'll probably see Mike again either in the booth, or most definitely we're going to see him in round number 4. So again, Mike Stewart heading down to the athletes area and hanging out, and probably if you haven't already seen it, he's actually doing some personal point of views from his Facebook page. All right, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
Hay un lugar en Gran Canaria que es reducto de tradiciones, un lugar en la costa para contemplar nuestras alturas, un lugar en las alturas para ver la inmensidad del mar. Ven a descubrir nuestro pasado y traerlo hasta el presente. Patrimonio etnográfico, cultural, gastronómico. Altos de Galdar. Saborea nuestro paisaje.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here, now with David Hubbard, who came out of that last heat. Super stoked. Advanced on out into, or going into round number 4. Was it fun out there?
It was fun for sure. It was more manageable than yesterday for sure. So a little bit more free to go for it.
All right, from the top, how was it out there?
Yeah, it was fun. Definitely stoked to get out there. A little more manageable today than yesterday. So there's more opportunities to catch the waves, and you could access them just a little bit easier. It was fun.
Awesome. Well, there you go. First-hand look of what it really is doing out there. But we do have a wave that went down during the commercial. Let's take a look at what happened in this heat. It was Miguel Aldao and Tristan Roberts out in the water. Tristan Roberts in yellow, and Tristan Roberts finding a solid barrel on the outside and maintaining that high line to make sure he has that speed when that wave decides to pinch, and finds it and regains his speed. And look at this. It looks like his wave was over, but he was trimming and waiting for a lip maneuver, knowing that it's only going to add more points, and a clean cylindrical roll right there for Tristan Roberts. Tristan Roberts, very stoked on that wave right there. So the South African in yellow, the Portuguese rider in red, Miguel Aldao, the two young guns ready to do battle, obviously, with two solid waves right there. So out in the water, once again, Tristan Roberts in yellow, the South African, and in red, the Portuguese, Miguel Aldao.
As you can see, Tristan Roberts loves wearing backpacks. Even during the photo, he was unable to remove his backpack, and good on him. It's like he's always on the move, and he really is. Now that he's graduated from high school, he's decided to go for it full time on the Men's World Tour. Tristan Roberts surfing absolutely amazing in the events that he's been in. Definitely a force to be reckoned with in the years to come, and even in this event itself as we close out the 2016 APB World Tour here at the Fronton King.
And Miguel Aldao, definitely a contender as well, 19 years old, has been bodyboarding for 12 years now, and loves Praia de Norte Nazaré, where heaving waves pound the shallow sandbars there. So going from deep water to shallow water at Praia de Norte, something that he is going to use to his advantage here at El Fronton, where the deep waters here of the Atlantic just unload all that raw energy on the shallow reef here that they call El Fronton. So epic start to this heat number 15 out in the water. That is the situation you see on your screen.
Yeah, and I think that's a important point you brought up. Deep water coming into shallow water and being able to negotiate that, very key component, especially here at Fronton.
Tristan Roberts looking very strong right there, two solid rides. Miguel Aldao starting off with a 6.5, that is a solid ride. These are 25-minute heats, top two waves are scored. One rider will advance on into round number 4. The other rider, who comes in second, will be in equal 17th in this event, but will be gaining valuable points, 2,560 Grand Slam points. Look at this paddle out the back, trying to get in position. Right now, priority is with Miguel Aldao, so he's going to set himself up, or both of them actually were just scrambling to get out of the way of that set. But a great shot from Planet Drone.
Planet Drone really coming in with the goods, bringing multiple angles, and especially our production team here just bringing everything together, trying to give you the most exciting view of one of the most exciting waves in the world and one of the most exciting sports, tackling this beast of a wave, El Fronton, on the beautiful island of Gran Canaria. In the Canary Islands, we are off the coast of Africa in the Atlantic Ocean, and there's raw power. Let's take a look at this live shot of Tristan Roberts.
Oh my, no, that's red. Miguel Aldao, the Portuguese, finding a nice, clean, deep barrel. Great shot from above, but Miguel Aldao maneuvering through that barrel perfectly. So that is going to be a solid score for Miguel Aldao in the red jersey. Now, priority is in the hands of Tristan Roberts. Again, priority system is in place. Priority is given to the rider who is out in the lineup before the other rider. And in the beginning of the heat, nobody has priority. And they use a gentleman's rule on whoever's on the inside and will take off on that wave. and then the priority system takes place. So right now with priority, first priority is Tristan Roberts.
So yeah, after that wave of Miguel Adao, Tristan will be waiting out the back, not only for another wave, but to hear the score, as we are also waiting to find out what that came in as. If he gets a 6.67, that'll put him up into the lead. That's currently being held by Tristan Roberts. Tristan, of course, with that 5.33 and that 7.83, it does look like a 6.1 coming in for Miguel Adao.
15 minutes, 45 seconds remaining out of this 25-minute heat. And the conditions, what do we got right now, this moment?
Well, Tristan Roberts is part of the conditions, and he's finding himself a nice, beautiful flip there, but looks like he just comes off his board right after impact. Kind of bounced around and then bounced off his board, but it's glassy, Manny. There's some solid sets like that wave of Dudu Pedra not too many minutes ago. So, you know, Dudu's wave, probably an 8-footer, you know, maybe even a little bigger. Let's take a look at Miguel now. Nice barrel here, nice long barrel. He does find his way out. Nice smooth carve. 360 here before exiting that one. Complete ride for Miguel. That's a little bit more like it. That'll help his campaign on his efforts to move out of round 3 and on into round number 4.
We touched on it just a little bit in the previous heat. The big, massive waves that we've seen all morning. Here's another look at what just went down, Miguel Adao.
Yeah, as he stalls here, he just finds the shade, comes in right behind that. So that was nice, and this wave ran smoothly and cleanly. And he hung in there as long as he could have before coming out. So that was a great ride for Miguel Adao. Smaller wave though, so we won't see the score go way up into the excellent range. But a 6.73 is what comes down the pikes. It is enough, as we anticipated. That would be knocking at the door, as I love to repeat over and over. I'll try to find a different little mannerism there, but we knew that he was gonna get really close, if not obtain the score by a very narrow margin. Now he leads Tristan Roberts from South Africa. And Tristan doesn't need a lot. Just a 5.4 will do it. And so, you know, it's still more than half the heat to go. Tristan Roberts has plenty of time to get that 5.4. And on the same side of that coin, Miguel does have time to improve his situation and try to ditch one of those 6s, if not both of them. So he is sitting with second priority now. Tristan Roberts patiently waiting with first priority. He was fired up when we passed each other on the trail as he prepared for his heat, and he made it down. That was coming up. He was amped on the conditions, and he was fired up to get out there into the lineup to be a part of this amazing event, the spectacle, and the intense energy we do have.
Ooh, coming up next. Sorry about that, but the names are switched. But Jeff Hubbard and Yere Martinez. Yadai is actually on the left of your screen, and Jeff Hubbard, even though they do look very similar. Just joking. No, but Jeff Hubbard, he is ready, going head-to-head with the Yadai Martinez. That's going to be a very exciting heat to watch. Big quick shout-out as the riders are waiting patiently for the next wave. Aaron Lucy is tuned in from Cornwall. And it looks like riders are looking. Tristan Roberts, look at this wave forming up. Oh my.
Yeah, he stalled nicely. He sat there in the pocket, and he comes out with a nice big roll there. So that was a cool wave for Tristan. He's definitely going to re-obtain the lead with that, just needing a 5.4. That'll definitely be it. You know, I think it was really key for him to do the lip maneuver on the exit, because he wasn't super deep, and that wasn't a huge wave. So the barrel being a part of that score and not the entire score is going to help him achieve some nice numbers. So putting those two together, a barrel and a lit maneuver, I think we're going to see something nice coming down for Tristan Roberts.
8.27 for that last wave from Tristan Roberts. Beautifully executed barrel ride and a giant roll on the exit. So Tristan Roberts now in that first place lead. Miguel Adao with some waves coming in. We'll take another look at Tristan Roberts' wave.
So he scoops under it and he sits here in the barrel for a little while. But then as he's coming out, he starts eyeing that section. He knifes it right up, hits it perfectly on the exit. A nice round roll, lands smooth, comes out of it cleanly, throws even both hands on the nose and viciously shakes the water from his hair and eyes with that head shake. So Tristan Roberts doing well here in his battle against the Portuguese Miguel Adao.
A few more shout outs before I put the phone away, but Ob from Morocco is tuned in. James is watching from the UK with his family. We got Stephen from Newport Beach. It's 2 a.m. in the morning in California, and he's wide awake watching the live feed from a sunny morning here in Gran Canaria. Jeremy Wallace is in Albany, West Australia. Keone Silva in Encinitas as well, but Keone, it's 2 a.m. It is Saturday night though, so they're probably just getting back from the bars. And we have Hilder in Cape Town. I'm sure she's watching Tristan Roberts out there, as well as from South Africa. Scotty Arena in the Central Coast, and Carson George from West Oz. Sick waves today for sure. So out in the water, situation is on your screen. Two young guns. A lot of talk, a lot of chatter has been around about Tristan Roberts having that thing, you know, that it thing where there's a possibility of a world championship in his future, whether it's in the near future or in the distance. He's one of those riders that has that.
He's so hot right now.
Yeah, he's looking really, really good. And Mike Stewart stretching, looking up, thought he heard somebody say there's a wave up and riding, but yeah, Tristan Roberts looking really solid 2016, and as well as in this heat, looking solid. Turn around, taking a look at this one.
Tristan Roberts up and riding again. Nice long ride, finds the roll again. Not quite as large of a maneuver, but still a nice way to ride that one. Tristan Roberts staying busy. He was under priority, and he's still actively seeking to extend his lead over Miguel Adao, hoping to ditch that 7.83 for something a little bit more. If he does, it'll put even more pressure on Miguel Adao, and if Tristan Roberts can get a huge number, it will send Miguel Adao to that dreadful place that we nickname Combo Land.
Oh. Combo Land, what is it?
It's when a combination of scores is necessary to obtain the lead. So Miguel precariously close, a 9.37, near perfect ride needed for him. But if Tristan gets an 8.2, then the situation for Miguel he will need 2 new rides to attack that lead.
Tristan Roberts, 2014 APB Pro Junior Champion. Here's another look at that last wave from Tristan Roberts.
Flying through the barrel here, and he's eyeing up that section again because another kind of medium, smaller size wave. He knew he was going to have to find a lip maneuver, and times that one really well again because, live action, it is Miguel Adao scooping into that one. Boy, it was heavy and thick, but he wasn't terribly deep. Throws a carve and then a reverse spin. That's not going to be exactly what he needs. Tristan Roberts up and riding. He's real deep on this one. He gets spit out, eyeing up that end section. Cute little invert, and gets out of that one. So Tristan Roberts on a quest to send Miguel Adao into combination, and Miguel Adao feverishly yearning to not be put into that gnarly zone.
So the projection these riders get off these, even the smaller waves, is pretty massive. So that air right there got a ton of projection. Tristan Roberts, even though it was foamy and the smaller wave, he still was able to project and get fully out of the water on that invert from Tristan Roberts.
And another shout out goes to Adam Beatty Let's take a look at Miguel Adao here. Little late there, doesn't get totally barreled. Nice carve. And then here's that reverse spin. But Adam Beating watching from the sunny coast with allegedly future world champ. We'll see about that, his son. But Tristan Roberts gets that barrel and now comes here and he gets that little invert, almost a board vert, but he does turn his head to the side. Doesn't necessarily invert his body, but still a nice little air at the end of that ride from Tristan Roberts.
Tristan Roberts, 5 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. He is in that first place spot. Miguel Adao now still on the hunt for that super high score, 9.37, and he does have priority out in the water. Shout out to Shamo and Vince, who are changing their tires for preparation for the winter in Germany. So thank you all for tuning in one more time. I will be posting shortly another post on the APB Tour Facebook page asking where you at, and you can just tell us where you're tuning in from, what time it is, and who you're going for in this event. But 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining for this heat, and we got a epic heat coming up after this one as well. Jeff Hubbard going against
5 minutes remaining.
Yadai Martinez. That one's going to be awesome. Another matchup that looks epic on paper, and we can't wait to see it hit the water and really come to fruition there. Yadai Martinez, previous runner-up at the Sopolana event in Spain in 2012. He's got a number of accolades in his resume, and definitely one of the heavy hitters here at Fronton, and no stranger to competition. Was on the world tour for a number of years and has since just decided to live here on Gran Canaria with his dream of becoming a police officer, and he's still working towards that goal. To keep the streets safer here in Gran Canaria. So good on him and all the public servants out there. We do appreciate your efforts to keep this world and make this world a better place.
out of the water, 3 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Tristan Roberts still in the lead. Yes, I second that too. That's a great, great shout out to them.
But especially lifeguards. We are so thrilled and always want to say thanks to everybody who's helping to save lives. Lifeguards, EMTs, doctors, all those types of people as well that I'd still put into the realm of public service.
Like we got some
wow,
action.
look at this drone angle. Miguel Adao deep on this one.
Is he coming out? Is he going to come out? Oh.
Wow. Beautiful ride. He's fired up. He's claiming it. That was one of the most complete rides we've seen this morning. Tristan Roberts with an answer back.
He's pulling in super deep. Oh, and he does a backflip through the lip out of that barrel. Oh my goodness. That was an epic wave exchange between these two riders. Both of them pretty incredible rides right there. But you saw Tristan Roberts look over his shoulder to see where Miguel Adao is, and yes, Tristan's going to get back out there and regain that priority, but wow, two incredible waves. Miguel Adao with a deep, deep barrel and comes out with a giant invert where his legs are just all over the place. And then we do have, let's just take another look.
So here's Miguel, and you see how much he's leaning. He's deep, so he needs to generate a lot of speed, and he is real deep on both these sections. There he comes out of that one, and now he finds that section, clean invert there, lands it, claims it, 9.5, the score coming through. But this one, Tristan Roberts, big peak, gets barreled, and then peekaboo, surprise, I'm flipping out of this one. Beautiful execution there. So, you know, with that 9.5, that was what Miguel needed to change the situation. So he momentarily goes into the lead until the score of Tristan Roberts drops. We're going to wait for it and see if it's going to be enough to ditch that 7.83. He's going to need something more after that 9.5 from Miguel Adao.
how difficult, I mean, a roll out of a barrel, yes, you're going with the momentum of the lip. You got the projection from the lip, but doing a flip coming out of a barrel through the lip with a flip move, how difficult is that to do?
It's difficult
for their heat to start.
Okay, so just a small delay while we were waiting to start that heat, and we'll get it going as soon as we can. How's these scenarios playing out as we come into round number 4? Because we're almost there.
We're almost there, and Jeff Hubbard, who is in contention for a world title, this is a scenario sent over from Craig Haddon. So here we go.
All right, just wanted to apologize briefly. We did lose internet, so refresh your page. Hopefully the live is kind of clicking back in for you viewers at home. Sorry for that little internet glitch. We did lose internet on site here outside the banana plantations. They got beautiful bunches of bananas, but they don't have routers and Wi-Fi dial-ins growing off those bananas. If they did, we would have no problem bringing you internet from this cliffside, but as it is, we are working with still just 21st century technology, not quite into the 29th century yet, but exponential growth of technology is getting there. So thanks for hanging with us, and we have just begun this heat, and we are ready to rumble. The last heat of round number 3 is in the water.
Back to the quick scenario at hand right now. Jeff Hubbard, a contender, out in the water in the red jersey. Right now, according to Craig Haddon, our numbers man back in Australia, is that with Ian Campbell losing and PLC advancing on, it is, and everybody else made it through that first round, Dave Hubbard is not in contention for that world title anymore.
Mathematically, I'm out.
Mathematically out for the run. But first, live action out the back.
Jeff Hubbard screaming down this left-hander. Gets totally slotted, but it does look difficult to escape, and he doesn't. Yellow's up and riding now. Yedai with an answer back. Goes to the air, flies it around, looked like a big air forward, lands on the very edge of that wave, which hasn't been receiving massive scores. Judges really hoping for you to land in front of the wave.
You can see Yedai Martinez paddling back out as quickly as possible. Jeff Hubbard doing the same. This is a stacked heat for sure. World title contender Jeff Hubbard in red from Hawaii, going against the Canary Island living local legend himself, Yedai Martinez. Knows this place better than anybody, especially when he gets in the bigger size. So definitely a heat to be watching. So back to the scenario. It essentially means that PLC, he's in the lead, and he is the one, he has the title to lose. So essentially he has to wait for other riders to either bow out or not make it and advancing on. So essentially both Amaury and Jeff still have chances to win the title, but it all depends on when PLC loses in this event. That's if he loses, he can go on and win the event and win the title both at the same time here at this event. So very, very intense times right now for PLC, along with Alex Udanga, Amaury Laverne, and here we go, live action.
Jeff Hubbard screaming down this right-hander. Nice barrel there for Jeff, and cuts out cleanly. So not a massive wave, and he didn't stay in the barrel for too long, but he did get deep on that initial section. Yet I having a look out the back as Jeff Hubbard makes his way back out to the lineup. One of the things about El Fronton, because it's so compact and we have these waves all converging on this super shallow reef, the paddle outs to return to the lineup can be very rapid. And you can cut out of a wave and within a fraction of a minute be back in a position where you could approach and attack another wave. As you see, Jeff is already next to Yedai Martinez he's made it back out, and that was basically from the start of when I started that sentence.
Yere Martinez taking a look at that one and pulling back, and wow, you can just hear that water just slamming down on the shallows at El Fronton. But a good point that you mentioned, Diego Cabrera took advantage of that this morning, where he was able to clock in a couple excellent scoring rides within a few minutes of each other because of where he cut out of his first wave. So very, very advantageous to take advantage of the wave. If it breaks early, you can get out into the channel and get back out there. And look at this wave surging on that inside reef right there. Round number 3, heat 16, 25-minute heats, 20 minutes remaining left. Only 2 riders, only the top 2 waves will be scored. Sorry, top 2 waves will be scored, and only 1 rider will advance on into the next round. So this is another vital heat when it comes to the world title run. Jeff Hubbard does not make it out. It just opens the door up a little bit more for Amaury to get into that that hunt. PLC is the one. PLC is the one who's holding the cards.
And you know, at this point, Alex Udonga, who's going to be coming up not too long from now in round number 4, still technically has a shot, but if PLC makes his round 4 heat, Alex Udonga will also be removed from the title hunt. So it is partially do or die. We got Yedai in this wave, deep there in the barrel. He's seeking the exit. It looked like we could catch a glimpse of him just for a moment, but just comes unraveled right there at the end. Bit of pressure from the closing of that section. Just pushes him off his craft there.
I thought he was going to muscle his way through that end section. He's just one big piece of muscle. Here's another look at Yere Martinez. You can see him finding that line, taking advantage of that speed line and holding that rail. And right there, he pulled up just a little bit more to get it into that high line. And right there, he popped up just for a section. And right there, I thought he was going to just muscle through that whitewash, but it was just too much for Yere Martinez.
And there's just a lot of whitewater crumbling around him. I feel that that's one of the big things that kept him away. So Amaury Laverne getting those ballistic stretches ready to roll. Really aggressively torques his body around during these ballistic stretches. And, you know, that's how that guy warms up. He's very fit, limber fella, so chooses the ballistic stretches to prepare himself for
it's almost
his
intimidating
heat.
too. I mean, if I was a competitor and I was sitting right next to Miles while he's doing these ballistic stretches, it's almost intimidating for fellow competitors. I wouldn't want to be anywhere around that.
And something I love to watch is I love watching each guy kind of almost has a different approach to preparing for their heat. And, you know, the warm-up routine is kind of critical. Once you start doing heat after heat, dozens of heats a year, you know, triple digits of heats in your career, you really get into a mode, a real zone, and you get into this, you know, mindset that, hey, okay, this is how I prepare. This is how I prepared the last time it went positive, and there's positive effects. And that's how you can really help to, you know, get things going and get to a comfortable space where you're, you know, you're exactly that. You're comfortable, and you're putting your mind in a place where you're ready to perform, and using, you know, positive reinforcement in specific cues. You know, some sports psychology. I'm sure that all helps out. Just beautiful views here. That's the cliff, people on it, and the jet ski in the distance. And just an interesting shot there. I think our beach marshal is the one wearing the hat by the flower pot on that lower level. Making sure the competitors get their lycras. He's also operating the visual systems for the priority as well as the time. So our competitors can have all that information visually in case the audio is not up to par, or if something occurs with the audio systems. Back to the heat in the water. Jeff Hubbard leading this one with a 6.17. Both riders still looking for a backup. Yet looking to really get on the board with a substantial score as we are into this heat. 16 minutes remaining now, and looks like it's quieting down a little bit. As the tide's dropping, we have noticed less of the big sets coming in. Just a little bit more of a playful size now, even though we've seen some really big waves ridden this morning. Some huge sets in the early heats, and even Dudu Pedra just really going for it on one of the biggest waves of the morning.
Well, if you haven't already done so, open another window and look for us on APB Tour Facebook page. And that's where we just dropped a post right now saying Dub and Manny V are in the house. Where you at? And we want to give a couple shout outs during this little lull in the action. But for sure, Eric and JB enjoying their Thai food and watching the live stream. Look at that ramp right there on your screen. So drop a comment, tell us where you're tuning in from and what time it is on our APB Tour Facebook page. That's how you can join us here in the booth at the 2016 Fronton King. And a quick shout out to Gran Canaria, live action, taking a look, up and riding.
Jeff Hubbard. Nice left. Doesn't get a long barrel, but whoa, throws the extra spin in there while it was still kind of critical. So Jeff Hubbard mixing it up, staying active, wants to get a backup, wants to continue to push his campaign closer to the potential world title that, you know, if he wins this event, we'll be waiting for him.
Yere Martinez is the only thing stopping him right now to keep his World Tour dreams alive. And here we go. This is Jeff Hubbard's last wave right there. Nice clean bottom turn. You see him pull up on his board to slow down just a little bit. And right there, to put a maneuver in that particular spot, if he were to dig a rail or fall or whatever, that whitewash would have pushed him to the side and into the shallows of the reef here in El Fronton. But it is Jeff Hubbard, and that rarely happens. So he was able to spin and roll, ride that thing out. Jeff Hubbard with a solid score right there. So Yere Martinez could be the spoiler, as was the last spoiler for Ian Campbell, who we saw Igor Sanchez take Ian Campbell out in heat number 8 yesterday. So Ian Campbell's hopes of a world title are no more. But here's another look at some of the Canary Island riders right there in the middle. That is Ali Barbosa, trimming, itching his beard with a water bottle. If you don't know Ali Barbosa and you come to Gran Canaria, you need to know him. He has, he's pretty much the man.
He's such a character, and he is welcoming, and he's made a lot of international friends. He's made a lot of international travels as well. And just being a part of this event, and he's going to be one of the faces that you see out at Fronton. If it's cracking and you show up here, you're going to see Barbo, as they call him, Ali Barbosa. Yeah, this is the shot I've been waiting for.
Wow,
these two riders getting ready for their matchup. The two bald topless fellas on your screen, Mike Stewart and Amoy Laverne, they are waxing up their crafts. They are getting totally ready. And we have some waves approaching. Hopefully we're going to get a couple more waves rolling on here.
World title, only one given out per year. Jeff taking a look at that one, Yere not even looking. But the last 5 winners, PLC in 2011. That right there, Mike Stewart, multiple world champion, body surfing champion, and just a champion of being a human. Mike Stewart heading out into the water, where he will go head-to-head with multiple world champion as well from Reunion Island, Amoy Laverne. They're coming up next. Jeff Hubbard taking a look.
You know, a smaller wave, but Jeff finds a speed line there, hoping for a ramp at the end, but he just barely makes it out the back of that one. As you can see, that left gets so shallow, especially as the tide continues to drop. But he's going to make his way back out there. he knows that today is good conditions for not only barrels but ramps, and we've seen a few air moves attempted and a few pulled off this morning, and I think Jeff Hubbard has his mind set on pulling a massive aerial maneuver. First place is with Jeff Hubbard, 617 and a 7 point. That puts Yarai in a fairly shallow combination situation. He only has a 2-3-3 and a 3. If he gets a 3.2, that would relieve him of that combination situation. So a very low score needed for him to leave combo land, where 2 scores are necessary for him to approach the total held by the current heat leader, which is Jeff Hubbard. And Yarai has been waiting patiently. He's holding that priority spot, and he knows this wave pretty good. I think that he's got some really good local knowledge out here, but I'm concerned that he's going to end up being a little too patient and a little too selective. I think he's going to need to keep surfing this heat. Jeff Hubbard's been sitting under priority for most of the heat, and he's stayed fairly active throughout the 4 rides he's had. 2 of them have been scores. We do see Yarai paddling now. He's jetting over to the right-hander, and he's up and riding.
Oh, there he goes, scooping in under the lip right there, finding the barrel, but it does pinch on him one more time. So again, Yarai Martinez waiting for the bigger bombs, but realizing he has to get moving and catches this smaller wave. Jeff Hubbard with priority, taking a look. He did have an opportunity to catch that wave, but with priority and in the lead, he decided just, I'm going to wait here and wait for the bigger wave. Nothing's going to stop that from happening because I have priority. Yarai Martinez heading back out there. He needs to get moving if he wants to make it out of this heat, but Jeff Hubbard looking very solid in 9 minutes to go in this heat. So quick run through. Go ahead.
Oh, no, go for it.
I wanted to finish off the last list.
Please
Omri
do.
Laverne on your screen right there. Omri Laverne now calling Gran Canaria home, so a lot of support from the locals here. And when you move somewhere and you come with the humility and the humbleness of Omri Laverne, you're going to be taken in by the locals, and he is definitely one of those guys that is well respected here and abroad. Multiple world champion Omri Laverne, 2010 and 2014. And also 2011, we had PLC as a world champion, Jeff Hubbard in 2012. Ben Player was our world champion in 2013. We mentioned 2014, it was Omri Laverne. Last year, it was Jared Houston from South Africa. And now we are waiting at this event to find out who will be crowned the 2016 APB World Bodyboarding Champion.
Planet drone shot of the competitors as this big wave approaches. Let's see if Jeff Hubbard takes it. He turns around, both riders deciding to let that one pass. That was a beautiful wave, but probably neither of them were exactly in the correct location to attack that, so it just slides right underneath them. And with less than 8 minutes to go now, Jeff Hubbard is going to be the selective one. Now that he's surfed under priority, he's put up some numbers. Now he's going to make sure that the next best wave that comes in, he's on it. And, Yarai is still in that combination situation. He hasn't breached that low combo of 3.2. A single score of that would take him out.
We see some paddling.
Let's see what happens here.
Jeff with priority. Using that priority, that wave didn't look like it shaped up too well, so he's going to hold off again. Even though Jeff is in the lead with priority, he still wants to get a high scoring wave to better both of those scores if possible, a 6.17 or a 7. So that's why he's going to be very patient and wait for a solid wave. You can see him paddling. There we go. Both these guys are paddling on your screen from the Planet drone shot. And Jeff Hubbard taking a look, and here he is dropping in on this right-hander, getting into the pocket, getting into the barrel, and comes out with a big, gigantic roll right there. So a solid barrel ride and a big roll for Jeff Hubbard on that last wave.
Yeah, that was very well played from Jeff Hubbard. It was a wave that interested Yarai Martinez. So Jeff really had to use his priority to keep Yarai off it, but at the same time, Jeff was deeper. He was in a better spot. He had been waiting longer, and he made a more use of that wave than Yarai would have. So good call for Jeff to go. It's going to improve his situation and extend his lead over Yarai. Does come in at an 8.17. Now we're looking at a more of a mid-range, kind of a substantial combination situation for Yarai. But take a look as he scoops under. Nice round. He's in that section cleanly, and he eyes that exit up for a nice roll there. And then he's stoked. He starts fiddling around, doing other things with his arms besides holding this board. That was just an indication that he was fired up, and he was kind of trying to contain it. I think he didn't want to claim it necessarily.
That's a great shot.
Look at the
that.
drone, Planet drone shot. You can see how shallow it is when these waves pass, and you can see the reef and definition of the reef, and it's just a beautiful image. One that I'm glad I don't see often, because as a competitor, we're surfing just, a few feet, a meter or two right over that incredibly shallow reef shelf.
Yeah, once the riders are catching the wave, the water starts sucking off the reef, and it just gets more shallower than what you see there. So, I mean, this is one of those very, very special places where the wave breaks perfectly. But if you're not careful, Mother Nature can hand you a good one. And we saw Dino Carmo yesterday. Luckily for us that he is okay, but he went face first into the reef yesterday as he dropped into this massive wave yesterday morning. But not only did he get his face straight down to the reef, but he also got scratched up on his inner thigh. His hand hit really hard. I mean, that was a full body knockdown given to Dino Carmo.
And we're so glad he's okay. But let's just take one more look at Jeff's last ride. The highest score of this heat so far. He pulls up under that curl. He took that drop nice and slow because he knew that he didn't have to rush. Then he starts accelerating there, and he did great to find that roll at the end of that wave. And he had to choose a very careful line and had to eye it up very cleanly to get there. And there's just the contained excitement from one of the riders in the title hunt, Jeffrey Hubbard from Hawaii.
So right now with priority, it is Yarai Martinez. He's in combination land. He has to get 2 new sets of waves with 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. It is totally possible. We saw Diego Cabrera do that early in the morning, but those were different conditions. So here at this reef break, conditions change within minutes. I mean, the swell direction, the swell size, the wind, all of those play into a factor as those waves come into the shallow waters of this reef here at El Fronton. And I mean, if a big wave comes, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a perfect wave. And here's one now. Jeff Hubbard and Yarai Martinez, just too much inside, and both duck under that one. But that right, yes, that was a solid one right there. But unfortunately, both of the riders were not in position to catch that wave. And it is, unfortunately for Yarai Martinez, that could have been one that could have helped him get into that first place spot. But looking very good right now for Jeff Hubbard to advance on to round number 4 with 2 solid scores and time winding down. All right, so here we go. Looks like there is some waves coming in out the back.
2.5 minutes remaining.
2.5 minutes remaining. Both riders waiting patiently in the clear, warm waters of Gran Canaria. What would you say the temperature of the water is? Easily 70?
I'm super bad with temperature numbers, and boy, I'm gonna have to learn how a thermometer works if I encounter a child and have to babysit him, because yeah, but it is a very cool and comfortable water temp. You can trunk it or you can full suit it. You know, on a day like today with the sun out, it's just beautiful. There's not a lot of wind. You could definitely get away in trunks or maybe a wetsuit top or even just a short john or spring suit. Super, super comfortable. But you know, when it gets a little more windy and if you're surfing over some shallow reef, you might want a little bit more neoprene protection. But we are ready for an interview with Miguel Adao and Danny Hernandez. So let's get ready for that and see if they're ready for us now.
Hi, welcome back. We have here Miguel Adao, the winner of the past heat was against Tristan Roberts. Tell us what your feelings in the heat was.
Yeah, just feeling really good, just happy, just pumping waves. And Tristan is an unbelievable guy. He's made like 2 really good ones, 8 and a 7. I was like with 2-6 in the final of the heats. Look, just pumping.
Look at that, it's incredible. Look at that his set coming up there. It's incredible conditions. How's it feeling in the water?
Yeah, really good. I just want like stay in the water like all day, like 1 hour heat or something. Just like pumping, just feeling really good.
Well, congratulations. See you next round. Thank you, guys. Get you back to the guys here. Stay tuned.
All right, congratulations to Miguel Adal for advancing on against Tristan Roberts. That was a very tough heat for Miguel, but he pulled it off at the very last minutes of that heat, and he is going into round number 4. Currently out in the water, heat number 16, the last heat of round number 3. Jeff Hubbard looking very solid right now, and coming down to the last 10 seconds, it looks like it will be Jeff Hubbard advancing on out of this heat, as unfortunately Ray Martinez was waiting a little bit too longer for the big waves that did not come through, as Jeff Hubbard took full advantage of the medium-sized waves and did get a couple good-sized waves in that heat. So Jeff Hubbard, this is pretty much his wave in. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Round number 3 is complete, and we had some big names dropping out of the event and some advancing on. And yes, we still have a world title hunt on our hands. PLC is currently in the lead, and he is the one that pretty much holds all the cards when it comes down to the world title. So we're going to give you more on that after this. Don't go anywhere. Dave and I will be back with heat number 1, round number 4.
Gran Canaria se ha convertido en punto de referencia para la celebración de grandes pruebas deportivas, ofreciendo tanto a residentes como visitantes sus magníficas condiciones durante todo el año. Seguir creciendo es labor de todos. Participa y apoya el deporte en tu isla. Gran Canaria, isla europea del deporte.
Hay un lugar en Gran Canaria que es reducto de tradiciones, un lugar en la costa para contemplar nuestras alturas, un lugar en las alturas para ver la inmensidad del mar. Ven a descubrir nuestro pasado y traerlo hasta el presente. Patrimonio etnográfico, cultural, gastronómico. Altos de Galdar. Saborea nuestro paisaje.
Oh my, check this out, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the 2016 Fronton King out in the water. Look at this matchup. Round number 4, heat number 1. Oh my.
Look at these 2 bald heads going for it. We love it.
Live action out of the water.
Oh my goodness.
Laverne, oh my. And an invert to end that wave. So this is the start of round number 4, heat number 1. Omri Laverne with a deep, deep barrel and comes out with an invert maneuver. So Omri Laverne dropping the hammer right off the bat.
Wow, right off the bat, Manny. He was so deep, traveling for so long on that, and to flick a little maneuver at the end of it, really impressive. Really putting some punctuation at the end of that ride. Let's take a look at the replay, because as he drops in, it really walls up way in front of him. He's way back on the left side of your screen. Now he's towards the middle, and he shoots out there, closeout section. Here's live action.
Mike Stewart dropping in, the legend himself, finding a barrel of his own, comes out with a spit, and he's going to call it the wave for that. He's going to get out of there, get back out to the lineup. Again, it's 2 solid waves out in the water. Round number 4, heat number 1. These are some big names lining up for this round. We have Mike Stewart, Omri Laverne. out in the water. That is, oh man, how many titles do we got in this heat out there? Multiple world champions out in the water. Amory Laverne, 8.17 on that deep barrel with an invert. Not a super big wave, but you know what? These medium-sized waves, just on the cusp of being on the bigger side, seems to be the ones that are clocking in the big points.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely get into the excellent range, even if it's a smaller wave, if you ride it as well as Amory did. Just a beautiful opener. You know, Mike gets an opener as well, a 5.83. So we have a battle on our hands. And, you know, I mentioned it in good fun. You know, nothing wrong with shaving your head. Potentially makes you more hydrodynamic, certainly more aerodynamic. And these are our two riders who choose to shave their head and not have facial hair. We will have in the next heat one of the riders who shaves his head and has a big beard. Jacob Romero coming up in the next heat, battling against Alex Uranga. But right now, it's Mike Stewart and Amory Laverne. And when their pictures were side by side, it was almost like looking at almost the same person, but at different ages. You know, it seemed like, hey, that guy could be that guy at a different age. Wow, really interesting stuff. Maybe there's something a little bit more to that. Here's Planet Drone showing us the Coliseum-like setup. The crowds are starting to assemble here on this beautiful Sunday. We're getting close towards midday, so I can't say afternoon yet, but beautiful Sunday morning here in Gran Canaria. There was the webcast booth. Here we got Amory Laverne.
Amory on this left, another clean barrel and a big backflip right there, and pulls it off, lands perfectly, and rides out of that one. And Amory Laverne, another solid wave.
This is great. He's applying pressure really quickly to Mike Stewart. And, you know, this is a great way to start for Moz. He likes his lefts. He's totally proficient at rights, but he likes his lefts. He's got his eye on these beautiful left-handers coming in, and there is a massive wave approaching. We do get the score 7-1-0 for the last of Moz.
Look at Mike Stewart turning around. He's going to actually drop in on this wave on the outside, and from this angle, it looks like he just pulled in, and he just does come out in front of the whitewash. So a quick barrel, but that wave right there was one of the bigger waves to roll through here within the last hour for sure. It broke far outside, and he was able to turn around and take full advantage of what was left on the inside of that wave. So Mike Stewart get another wave on his scorecard.
Yeah, great ride from Mike Stewart, and like you mentioned, yeah, big set wave, and typically on a set wave, Mike Stewart's going to be way out the back and deep. On this occasion, because of the lineup here at Fronton and where the waves are coming in just prior to that set, he was not out the back for it, but took off. Still, you know, still pretty in a good spot to manage a solid ride. And it does come in at a 6.93, last of Amory Laverne, a 7. So we do have a amazing battle on our hands. Let's take a look at Moz on that replay, his 7.0.
So Amory Laverne, no, this is Mike Stewart. Mike Stewart's right-hand wave right here. And you can see him just holding on to that edge, keeping that edge of the board in the face of the wave to manage and maneuver through the whitewash at the very end of that wave. So Mike Stewart, that was his second to last wave on that replay.
I think that was his 5.83, his opener. And we're now going to get you that replay of Moz. And here we see that speed line. He tucks under just as he finds his way up for that clean backflip. Straightens out those legs so he can land flat. And that also helps him pull him around. And there's that fun little jam on the transition there. I forget what you called it yesterday, but you had a cool name for it yesterday, Manny. Some guys calling it the peanut butter jelly jam, but not really sure. You called it like a snickerdoodle. You called it something really cool, Manny. Guys are doing them all event. Let's see now. Moz on the left. This wave is really round. and he just passes the main energy of that. You can see how shallow it's getting on the left, on the inside. Probably a good call for Moz to get out of that one. And whoa, it's time. Let's catch our breaths for a second, because this has been almost nonstop action. Amaury Laverne, Mike Stewart, a very classic matchup, as you mentioned. Multiple world champions in the red and yellow jersey, both. Just wow, this is a great way to start round number 4.
And Amaury Laverne is on the hunt for a 3rd world title. Jacob Romero is coming up next, all smiles right now. He's super pumped to get out there. He's got waxing up his number 6 board and stoked on his reflex wetsuit, so he is pumped. Jacob Romero is going to be going against Alex Uranga. So Amaury Laverne still on the hunt. Alex Uranga still on the hunt for a world title. And a big shout out to our Pro Junior world champion, Socrates Santana, the young Brazilian. This is his last tour on the Pro Junior. And on the outside, it looks like, yes, paddling into this one, Amaury Laverne.
And he's looking for that ramp. He finds it, nice clean invert. He even continues through, gets a barrel on the inside and makes it out of that, and even does another little reverse, actually, section jamming. Wow, just collecting those preserves for the winter and, jarring them up in the form of jam. That's beautiful. Let's take a look at the replay.
Timing was perfect right here, but live action. Oh, Mike Stewart bailing out on that left as he saw the wave down the line, just actually ready to close in on the shallow reefer here. So Mike Stewart bailing out last second, being held under for a long time. There's so much power behind this whitewash.
He survives it and paddles to the channel. Looking back to this replay of Moz, look at that line. Perfect connection, flings it up, gets his whole body out of the water momentarily, lands clean, and then now he's gonna come into that inside section. He's riding the foam ball, gets covered up, finds some shade from the sun, and then that section approaching, that's gurgling water that makes him jam out.
Alex Uranga is coming up next against Jacob Romero. So Alex Uranga, he's taking a spare board down to the lineup just to make sure that he has a backup board, whether his leash breaks or something is not working with that board. He does have a backup. Yere Martinez coming out of that last heat. Again, he is still going to be that guy you don't want to drop in on here at El Fronton, that's for sure. But Yere Martinez finishing second in that last heat against Jeff Hubbard. Look at him, all muscle. He's still stoked. Cheers from Yere Martinez and Gran Canaria. Again, welcome everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard in the booth, giving you the live feed from the 2016 Fronton King out in the water. An amazing heat. Amaury Laverne and Mike Stewart, multiple world champions, both of them, coming down to the wire here in this heat. And it looks like Amaury Laverne is on the outside by himself. And he's turning around, going for this one.
Whoa! He drops, and it got really critical. It looked like he dove out right at the bottom of that one. And yeah, it's getting really shallow. We're probably gonna keep our eye very close to the conditions. Potentially Jacob and Alex will be the last heat, but we'll just have to wait and see, because when this tide does start dropping, it can drop really fast. So, if it's shallow now, it might even be uber extra duper shallow in the next heat. And if it does get unsafe, we're gonna put it on hold till the afternoon and hopefully get more action coming to you after the low tide. Once the tide picks back up in the evening, we should be able to get a couple more heats in some beautiful conditions this afternoon, and again, finish with the sunset.
That was amazing. Yesterday's action was incredible, and ending in the dark hours of the sunset was pretty amazing too. And it looks like we're on that same program as the tide is starting to drop a little bit lower. The reef is being more exposed. You'll see it on that wide shot. But we do have 12 minutes in this heat. Amaury Laverne and Mike Stewart. Again, this is an elimination heat. elimination round, which means the last heat, the rider in second place will have an equal 9th place in this event, and the rider who wins this event will advance on to the next round, which is the quarterfinals.
Wow, we are just fired up. Look at the way that the stage is being set here as the Fronton King continues to move towards the crowning. At the end of the event, of course, the Fronton King will be awarded, as well as at some point, maybe before, maybe at that very same moment, the men's world title for the APB Tour 2016 season. Incredibly entertaining year it has been. What a better way to end it, Manny, than right here at Fronton.
It'd be pretty amazing to see one of these riders left. Amaury Laverne, DLC, Alex Uranga, and Jeff Hubbard not only winning the event, but also being closer to walking away with a world title. So this is a big, big deal right here. The last event on the APB World Tour, and you can see the crowd on your screen assembling, and it is Sunday afternoon, and it's only going to get more and more people here coming in down to the cliffs here at El Fronton.
So with now just over 10 minutes remaining, Amaury Laverne has put quite a bit of pressure on Mike Stewart, but Stewart still within reach. 8:51 required for the rider from the Big Island of Hawaii. Mike Stewart in the yellow jersey. He's holding first priority, so he can use that to select what he feels is going to be the next best wave that comes on in. Amaury Laverne has done quite well in the opening half of this heat to establish a decent total there. An 8 and a 7. Sitting with second priority now. He can still choose waves that Mike does not and potentially increase his lead over Mike, but Mike Stewart is going to be looking for a beautiful ride, and we have a few waves approaching. Let's see if any of them materialize, if Mike Stewart's going to be able to get into a location to attack this wave. No, and these empties just unfold onto the reef. That left was amazing, but both riders a little too deep for it. And they're now going to be sitting really tight. Moz definitely going to play second priority by sitting outside of Mike Stewart and paddling for almost any wave that comes nearby in an attempt to get Mike to paddle for it. Bit of salesmanship. Try to turn that priority sequence in his favor. Beautiful merchandise available down here, and I saw that Facebook post you threw up earlier for USA friends, preferably Spanish speaking, for an opportunity to buy a Fronton King sweater. And did you get any takers?
I got one taker, and I had to take it down because I started realizing, wait a second, I'm not including that extra luggage fee that is going to weigh down my bags when I head back home. So you got one taker and took that thing down. So if you want Fronton King items,
FrontonKing.com.
Yep, or you have to come here yourself.
Come here yourself, or if you want to compete here, you could do that too, but only on virtual games like You Riding the Journey mobile. Download it.
If you haven't downloaded the Journey bodyboard game from You Riding from your app store, do it. You can actually buy the jersey virtually in the game as well. So get in there and compete at the Fronton King. Big shout outs to Leroy, who's tuning in from West Oz. We have Brett tuning in from Australia as well. Nunito and the Aimash crew in Portugal are tuning in. Coxie is in Cronulla.
Yeah, Coxie.
Luis Linares is tuning in as well. Jordan, what up, brother, in Melbourne. Solomon, giving a shout out from Fuerteventura, just a couple island over.
Solomon, him and Ruman Rey
Yes.
were two fellows I felt were missing out of the local contingent here at this year's Fronton King. Guys who just rip it up so hard, and we've seen them on World Tour events and definitely know how to ride this spot, but hope they're doing great on their outer islands I know what it's like to want to just stay put on an outer island. So what's up, homies?
We got another Islander, David Prescott from the Azores. Pete Webb is tuned in with his daughter, Jada, and they're caught watching from Redcliffe, Queensland, Australia. Lindsay is tuning in from Brisbane, Australia. Thank you for the props. Lucy is tuning in from London. Brevan, thank you for tuning in. Jason is in Long Island. Casey, thank you for tuning in from Cornwall. And everybody else.
Even Nathan Lockwood from Chile, Scotland. He's hoping Mike wins this heat, PLC wins the event. So, hey, anything could happen.
Night. Noah Stewart from Orange County, California. 3 a.m. in the morning. Oh my. Must have been just getting home from the clubs. And Jared Gibson, what's up, brother? Let's do this right now. Out in the water, Omri Laverne, Mike Stewart. Omri Laverne in the red jersey, Mike Stewart in the yellow jersey. Situation, 6 minutes. And 6 minutes exactly. Mike Stewart needing an 8.51 and up and riding. Mike Stewart.
And he's deep on this one. Finds a cute little left-hander. He's still in there. Comes out with a nice carve. Does a big airdrop onto some foam. And then gets out of there.
Look at the water.
It's super shallow, man.
Oh my God.
Well, that score won't be an 8.51. Won't put him into the lead. Let's see if it even helps his situation, potentially narrowing his distance to first, and maybe even just having a smaller requirement to attack that lead held by Amaury Laverne. Let's take a look at the replay of Mike Stewart. So with first priority, he chose to go on this very small wave, tucks in there, gets that tube time that he's known for, shoots out of the barrel like a cannonball out of a cannon.
This is crazy right here.
Quick carve, there's the airdrop, and tons of foam. You almost gotta just start swimming for your life right there. And, you know, he gets out of there safely, and he's returning out to the lineup. 5 minutes now remaining, and hopes aren't gone yet, because if a big set comes and Mike Stewart can access it, he could get that 8.51 he needs, because the last score was a 6.17, doesn't help his situation. And Maz now holding that first priority. He's in the power seat.
And Maz, if anybody knows how to take advantage and use that priority as a strategy, and will do exactly what he's been doing, is just fend off Mike Stewart from getting those bigger solid waves. So it's gonna be very interesting on how everything plays out in these next few minutes. Can Mike Stewart, under priority, get that scoring wave that he needs to advance on, or will Omri and Mother Nature not allow that to happen? So good morning once again from the cliffs here just outside of Galdar. This place is very amazing. Just banana plantations everywhere. There's a pineapple plantation and little dogs just cruising around saying hello from El Fronton.
People riding their bike down here because, you know, it's far away from the towns on either side of this banana plantation that's skirting the cliff, that is kind of like just a epicenter of the sport of bodyboarding.
We do have a small town, a little port town called Caleta, which is just to the east of us, and El Agujero is just to the west of us, and here we are centered right in the middle of these two little towns here for the 2016 Fronton King event. World title is at stake. A win of the Fronton King is at stake, and all these riders want to nip at that chance to become a Fronton winner, but only a handful of riders are up for the hunt for a world title. And I was gonna give a shout out to Socrates Santana, the Pro Junior, 2016 APB Pro Junior, and Isabella Sosa with a perfect season. Perfect season for Isabella Sosa, who is your 2016 Women's World Champion. Now, here's where we are coming into this event.
And taking a look, down in 10th place, Maxime Castillo from France is right there, trying to make the top 10. 9th place, Eder Luciano, and then we see Alan Munoz. He's got a win at Sintra. Climb up a couple, then you see a win from Alex Udonga that came in Brazil. Jeff Hubbard had the win in Tahiti. PLC has 2 wins. Pipeline and Nazare. Also with 2 wins, Ian Campbell, Arica and Viana. He's no longer in the hunt for a world title, but he's definitely going to finish higher than he did last year. He finished in 5th last year. But let's take a look at this.
Mike Stewart up and riding. Oh, bailing out on the right hand this time. He's under priority. He knows he has to try to get something going, and right there, may has been his last chance to get going in the last few minutes. But Mike Stewart bailing out last minute in that barrel before getting it sucked in over the shallow reefs here at El Fronton.
Yeah, and it just seemed like Moz knew that that wave wouldn't eventuate. He, didn't budge to let Mike go on that. Just kind of let that unfold. Held strong in his position. He has first priority. He has first place in this heat right now. He's looking to continue his hopes for a world title on into the next round, but still just a little bit of time left, and Mike Stewart is still within reach. If he pulls off an amazing tube ride like we know he's capable of, we could see things change in that respect. But like we've mentioned, time just keeps ticking away. We do have a few waves out the back, and so we'll have to wait and see what happens as they get here. We're down to the final minute, so they need to get here quick. As they approach, it does look like Moz is going to make sure that Stewart doesn't go.
So what happened in that situation right there is Moz actually was going for the wave. Now priority is in the hands of Mike Stewart in these last few seconds. Mike Stewart with priority can go on any wave now. Mike Stewart dropping in on this right-hander. Can he find that score he wants? Going for an forward air, but the timing was just a little off. You never see that from Mike Stewart, but unfortunately, that's what it came down to the last 5 seconds. And Amory Laverne using that priority to the very last seconds of that heat. That was pretty intense how that unfolded.
Yeah, that was intense. That was a very smart tactical call from Moz. That wave looked pretty cool. I still think that he was in a better spot than Mike. Not sure if Mike would have gotten the 8.5, but he didn't let that chance be taken, and he made an effort to keep Mike off it, succeeded. The priority did change. Mike caught that last wave, and that's all she wrote for Mike Stewart in this competition.
Don't go anywhere. We're going to come back with more epic action. Jacob Romero, Alex Uranga in the water. Don't go anywhere.
Life is nourished by experiences that make you grow. So choose a destination where the climate is great all year round, where there's a new, thrilling landscape to discover every day. A destination full of unforgettable moments for you and for everyone. Choose a great destination. Choose Gran Canaria.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2016 Fronton King. Manny V here with David Hubbard, bringing you the live feed here from the northwest corner on Gran Canaria. Gran Canaria, the European sports island, and Ayuntamiento de Galdar, our two main sponsors making it happen. Epic events, and yes, we are here. The live feed is going down with round number 4, heat number 2, out in the water. Jacob Romero head-to-head with Alex Uranga.
Well, even though it looks like that's the silhouette shot of Jacob, that probably isn't, because he doesn't have hair on his head, but he has an equally frothed furriness on his chin. Big beard there. But that was Alex Uranga, and that's who's in the matchup right now. Jacob Romero. We've seen him competing strong. He's in form. He had a very short heat yesterday because of an unfortunate injury due to Dino Carmo. And Alex Udongo is on fire yesterday, surfing 2 heats, his round 2 and his round 3 heats yesterday morning. So we're expecting a terrific battle here, Jacob Romero and Alex Udongo. And let's see what unfolds, because wow, should just be really exciting. Back to Dino, we saw him, he's here at the event today. He's supporting the Portuguese in this event, like Miguel Ladau, who's still advancing on into round number 4. And we got to make sure, he put everybody's mind at ease. All the competitors were concerned for him, and he said, yeah, don't worry guys, I'm okay. It's all good. He had a smile on his face along with some bandages, but he is okay. Jacob Romero having a look at this one. Late takeoff, gets under the curl, quick barrel. Now he puts on the brakes. He wants a ramp on the inside, and he finds it. Big invert there.
Nice.
He lands in the white water, pulls it off clean, and we got out the back.
Alex Udongo answering back with this wave, and not much there. And Alex Udongo cutting out just in time before that wave shuts down on the inside, but Alex Udongo's got to dip. Actually, he's looking down the beast right there, just breathing. And it looks like we are ready for the interview with Jeff Hubbard. Let's get down there. Take it away, Danny.
Hi, thank you for coming. We got Jeff Hubbard here, the winner of heat 16 from round number 3. He could beat Jory Martinez on that heat, the local guy. What's your thoughts about the heat?
It's pretty tough heat. Uri is one of the best, riders from the Canary Islands ever. He's been on the World Tour a bunch. He's competed in events. He's made finals. So you know how competent he is, and especially this home break. I had my work cut out for me. It was a battle from the get-go. Luckily for me, I got in rhythm with the waves, and I got some good waves in that heat. And unfortunately, there wasn't much waves for him. So we didn't have as much of a battle as I thought, but I was stoked to come out on top. Really stoked to move into round 4, and yeah, excited for the rest of the competition. Looks good.
Cool. And then again, what's your expectations? Because you're still running and fighting for your title. Ian didn't go through yesterday, but you're still on it. So what's your expectations for today?
Just want to be a Fronton King. That's like my main goal. Fronton King.
Yeah, that's Fronton King. That's where we are, Gran Canaria. That's Fronton King 2016, guys. I'll get you back to Manny Vargas and Dave Howard. Thank you for watching.
If Jeff Hubbard wins this event and becomes Fronton King, the calculations look like he will become the 2016 APB World Tour champion as well. So, wow, a double whammy if he does pull off a win here at the Fronton King. Here we go. Looks like we do have up and riding. It is Alex Udongo looking for this section, and a big backflip. Can he pull it around? Just going all out. Does he come out? And there he is, ladies and gentlemen. That was massive. From the Basque Country, it is Alex Udongo riding all the way up onto the shallow reef here. That was huge.
That was huge for sure. That was amazing. Alex Udongo
there he is,
having to swim down the reef as the water drains off, just showing you how shallow it is. Let's take a look at this replay, because this was huge. He's got the speed. He's eyeing up that section. He comes around it. What made it so difficult was that wave was still barreling heavy, which makes that explosion difficult to deal with. He lands, and you could see he was spinning his legs around, trying to redirect, pulls it off clean. Big score going to be coming in for Alex Udongo on that one. 8-1-7.
That was solid right there. To be able to hold on after that landing was very, very, very tough to pull off. And Alex Udongo now is pulling ahead. Whew. So, but Jacob Romero, everybody knows Jacob loves to fly, and he is notorious to be looking for all the lip maneuvers possible. And for Jacob Romero to pull off an 8.17, or actually to pull off a giant maneuver just like that, totally possible. But Alex Udongo, he knows that Jacob Romero is a flying machine, so he threw down a little bit of flying himself on that big backflip. It almost, the move was going into a backflip, but he started his rotation to come around just before he landed to make it an ARS, so I'm leaning more towards a backflip maneuver. And it looks like red, Jacob Romero is paddling, trying to get in position, but he is going to duck under this monster slab. Oh my.
Wow, exactly, Manny. Boy, this heat's really, really showing its stuff because both these riders know what's at stake. This isn't a walkthrough for either rider. This is actually potentially one of the hardest heats that either of these guys could get on their way through this event. Alex Udonga has been surfing amazing this year. I mean, it's no question why he's in that world title question, because he's been on fire, landing huge backflips like that, you know, win in Brazil. He is definitely proving to be, you know, a force to be reckoned with from the Basque Country, but also Jacob Romero, such an amazing rider as well. Here's a fellow Hawaiian, Mike Stewart, making his way up, and there again, the two topless bald guys who just finished the heat together. Just amazing performance from both riders. Congratulations to Moz for moving on through, and good job, Mike Stewart, for a very valiant effort there in that last heat.
It's pretty cool. The crowd here is just cheering and clapping for all the riders that do come up their stairway, and it's pretty amazing. Whether you win or lose, the support from the crowd here has been amazing. And look at this, looking down this left-hander, it is Alex Uranga, and a big ARS right there for Alex Uranga. So riding this out all the way down to the shoulder to get a better route back to the lineup. And look at this, Jacob Romero, is he gonna come out of this froth monster? No, he could not make it out.
And wow, Jacob Romero going for it. Alex Udonga with a nice flip. So before that exchange, Jacob was in the lead. We'll see if Alex get the score necessary for him to move ahead of Jacob. But taking a look at Alex's wave, he's got a lot of speed. This is a smaller section on a smaller wave, but he pulls a very, very clean flip here and then makes it into the channel. As we're gonna take another peek at Jacob's wave as well. Looked like he kind of second guessed that drop. He almost was gonna take the long line around that section, then decided to tuck under it, and it was just all froth. No matter what line he chose, he wasn't gonna make it out of that one. Planet drone,
I love it.
showing that incredible, intimidating reef.
Look at that.
There's a beautiful empty, the kind of stuff that gets people fired up.
I mean, the waves breaking on the shallow waters here, it's just scary to watch from up here when they drop into these massive slabs. But to get a view and to be able to see what the reef looks like from the top, it's pretty amazing. And it just, when these riders take off on the waves, there's less water under them, and it just breaks into shallow 3-foot waves. It's pretty insane. If you really think about what these riders are doing, they're essentially dropping into makeable shore breaks on a almost shallow, dry reef. It's pretty awesome.
I think that's a great way to put it, actually, Manny. And you know, you talked about Miguel Adao surfing Nazare, and I think, yeah, if you surf shore breaks like Sandy Beach, like Waimea shore break, like Keiki, and you know who does that all really well and who surfed out here really well when he came? Andre Botha.
Ooh.
You know, so I think there is a correlation there between scooping vertically into waves and then potentially making it out of them once they get in.
I'm surprised we haven't brought up Andre Botha's name earlier. I mean, one of the youngest male, or the youngest male world champion from South Africa, loves this wave, loves the big heavy stuff, and spent a lot of time here and just giving praise to and respect to this wave. So, Andre Botha, we miss you, we love you, and we hope you're doing well, brother. Hope to see you soon. Now, 13 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Jacob Romero now on the hunt for a wave, who is currently in second place. And here's a quick look. Look at that, Udi Valadao focus sitting next to Ibrahim Idosh and Miguel Adao. A pretty awesome crew right there.
Yeah, that's just a little glimpse of the competitors area of the fellas. Some still in, some not. Let's take a look at Alex. He wants to stay in this event and in the world title conversation. Big air forward, kind of goes off the back, but even tries to land it. And we have gotten confirmation, because the tide is getting so low, Manny, this will be the final heat of the morning. But we're going to come back at 3:30 for a check-in.
3:30 local time.
Hopefully get some more heats in the water this afternoon when that tide fills back in this afternoon. Wow.
And unfortunately,
waves on
nobody.
screen. Just see those spit flying out of that intense barrel.
Woo.
That could have been a 10-point ride had anyone negotiated it and survived that beast of a wave. Wow, it's still firing out there, but good call because both rights and lefts are starting to get a little unpredictable, a little sketchy, very shallow, and after the second half of this heat comes to a close, we are going to see the reef being even more shallow. So great call not to start the third heat of round number 4, and we'll come back and see if we can do that this afternoon.
Yes, so 3:30 local time here in Gran Canaria. So Google search what time it is in your town and what time it is here, and we are going to do the replay, the call at 3:30. So again, look at the reef, perfect shot of Jake Romero and the reef under him.
And he's not far above that reef, just a little bit of water separating him from the volcanic platform of rock and the marine life that live onto it. And again, I can't believe that there's little creatures and barnacles and seaweed and even corals that stay connected to that reef when these huge waves break on it. But there are signs of life, which is just amazing. Just a little glimpse into creation of how amazing life really is on this beautiful planet. And Planet Drone bringing us that angle to kind of really check it all out from a different perspective.
Jacob Romero now on the hunt for a 6.45, and with 10 minutes remaining, totally doable for Jacob to pull that off. We got some waves coming in right here. Ducking under that monster right there is Jacob Romero, not in position. But what does this mean for the riders out in the water right now? Round number 4, heat number 2. Jacob Romero is in the second place, second priority. Alex Uranga with priority. First priority is with Jacob Romero, second priority with Alex Uranga. Only one rider will advance on into the next heat, which will be the quarterfinals. And second place will end up in an equal 9th place for this event.
And Amaury Laverne already into the quarterfinals. He is the one rider waiting in that next round, and he is just going to be doing all he can to prepare himself mentally for the next day of competition, because we still have the rest of round 4 to move through. We'll see what we can work on after this heat closes. Heat number 2 will be the last heat of the morning, but we are going to come back and have a check-in this afternoon. If we can get a couple more heats done, it will look like that we will be able to close out the Fronton King on just one final day of competition. Maybe even give us a little time for extended heat times. We'll see about that. But just an amazing opportunity for the competitors to close out their years on the APB World Tour.
Once again, welcome everybody here at the 2016 Fronton King. As Dave Hubbard mentioned, this will be the last heat for the morning. We will go on a break till 3:30 local time. So you do get to sleep in a little bit if you're just getting home from the clubs. Tanner McDaniel just showing his skills of, we don't know what that's called.
Yeah, I don't even think those are skills even. And even though that's popular with kids, it's basically just a form of wasting time. So I guess congrats for wasting time. Let's see live action. Alex Uranga scooping into this one. Doesn't get terribly deep, but he pulls it off, exits that one cleanly.
So it is Alex Uranga not wasting any time and keeping busy out in the water. Now priority is in the hands of Jacob Romero, who's waiting patiently for that next wave to roll on through. And we can't thank you enough for tuning in.
Does look like we have an interview queued up with Danny Hernandez. So let's go right down to the winner of that heat.
Here, Dave, we have here Amaury Levin, winner of the last heat, in the first round, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that hit was against Mike. It's always a big challenge to be against him, you know, and especially in wave like Fronton, you know, many barrels, and he did a good hit before, so I was a bit stressful, and with the world title in my mind and all of that, you know, and all the people here around, you know, it's big, you know. So yeah, and the wave now with the tide going lower, it's a bit tricky. You have to pick up the right ones. I knew I had to be opportunist before the tides get too low. So what I did, I tried to catch some wave quickly and get a bit tactical with the priority at the end and finally make that hit. Yeah.
Oh God, you made it through. Mike Stewart didn't make it through though, no legend, but damn, you're still fighting for the world title as you said. So you still, even though you concentrated in the van, you still have that little thing in your head, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know the world title is here somewhere. You know, I don't want to focus too much on it. I really want to focus on hit by hit and first won this contest or do the best I can in this contest and see what's happened for the world title. You know, it's with guys like Jeff and Pierre and Alex within the wire now. It's really hard to predict what's going to happen, you know, so I'm really excited about it.
Cool. Except of Ian, everyone's passing through. World title still in the head of everyone, of course. There's still a lot of action to go on. Thank you for watching Gran Canaria Fronton 2016. Catch you back, guys.
All right, congratulations to Amaury, keeping his world title dreams alive and still moving forward. He is our first quarterfinalist out of round number 4. Out in the water, you saw some action going on during the interview, and unfortunately, Jacob Romero could not pull off that roll out of that deep pit. And but that barrel ride was solid nonetheless.
Got himself a 7.4 with that one, and gets him a bit closer to making it on into the quarterfinals. Let's take a look as he sneaks under this. He is deep. This is a nice sized wave, and he travels through it, comes out real clean, and we would anticipate an even bigger score had he pulled off this move. We see him stalling there. He put his legs in to stall to make sure he didn't outrun that section, but as he hit it, tons of explosion, and it just chewed him up right there.
It almost looked like for a second he was deciding whether to go for an ARS or just go roll through that roll, and that little tiny millisecond of hesitation may have lost that maneuver for Mr. Romero. Now waiting patiently with priority on the outside is Alex Uranga in the yellow jersey from the Basque Country. Alex Uranga still on the hunt for a 6.13. Jake Romero, can he be the spoiler for Alex Uranga and knock him out of the contention for a world title? Paddling on the outside, stopping and turning and looking at this wave, and decides it's not going to work for him, so he goes up and over. Alex Uranga, I just got to stop and just say how beautiful this place is right now. I look to my left, I look to my right, and the weather's amazing. The water is warm and crystal clear. There's something in the air here which is pretty amazing right now.
Oh yeah, this place is certainly amazing, and something in the air is this sea mist that's just coming up the cliff from these massive waves crashing down beneath us. Alex Uranga up and riding on this huge left-hander, and he is way too deep. He dives out of that one. He makes it out safely. He's going to get back out into the lineup after dipping this one. Hopefully he gets under it in time. Sure does. Now red with priority, and we are going to see what happens in the final 4 minutes with Jacob Romero in the lead and with priority. This is an opportunity for Jacob to move towards one of his maybe best results, but live action.
6.13. 6.13 is what Alex Uranga needs in this last 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Will Alex Uranga succumb to Jacob Romero and lose all hopes for that world title? We will know in about 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Jacob Romero with priority. It's going to be interesting how he holds on to this, and he's going to take full advantage of it right now on this right-hander.
Scoops in deep on this one.
There's
wow.
no way.
That wave got so shallow, but he went for it. I like that Jacob is choosing to surf his own heat. He wants to increase his own score. He didn't wait and use priority just to hold off Alex from a wave. And
Do you think that was a smart move? Do you think that was
tactically, it probably, it could go either way. tactically, if you're being a tactician and you're trying to win the battle with tactics rather than riding, it wasn't. But even if Jacob had kept Alex off one of the next rides, there could have been an even better one behind it. So you can never really count on those tactics. And I like that Jacob wants to surf his heat and really surf it to the best of his ability. That was an opportunity for a score. That wave looked amazing at the start, and he went for it. He had position, and he tried to better his situation. So a valiant effort from Jacob. I think that was a good tactic as far as surfing his own heat. But as you mentioned, other guys would have waited until Alex got close to them and then used priority in a specific way to make sure that the next best ride was not ridden by their opponent and they had possession of it.
Well, I mean, having second priority right now in these later minutes of the heat can also be used as a strategy. Jacob could actually push Alex into a not so good wave. So a lot of factors are into play, but when you get down here, it can turn into a mind battle as well. But Alex Uranga taking a look at this one again, looking for a 6.13. Oh my, so now there is a paddle battle. Both of them are not on the outside yet, but it does look like after this wave comes through, it will be Jacob Romero as you see on your screen, Alex Uranga ducking under that one. So is Jacob Romero the spoiler for Alex Uranga's hopes for a world title? It is coming down to the last 1 minute in this heat. We are seeing another contender possibly getting knocked out of this event. Round number 4, Jacob Romero, the Hawaiian. Will he do it? Will he knock out Alex Uranga out of this heat? Wow, Jacob Romero putting together an incredible event. And here he is, Jacob Romero, and a big ARS right there, an air roll spin. Pulls it off flawlessly, comes to the inside and pulls off a roll. So that right there is gonna push him far ahead. But Alex Uranga taking a look and not going on that one. 30 seconds remaining. Are you okay, Dub? You are going
jittering
right
and
now.
kind of fidgeting. It's almost like a cat before it lays down. It circles and circles, almost just unable to rest its muscles. So yes, I am almost okay. And as 10 seconds comes down to the wire, we are waiting to see if Alex is going to take this opportunity. And wow, we saw one drop out of the world title hunt yesterday. It was Ian Campbell, and we're seeing another contender for that world title drop out of the race today, Alex Uranga. So each day of the competition, we have had somebody in the opportunity for a world title leave the race. Now just 3 riders remaining in that world title race, and boy, it's really shaping up to be an amazing finish to the APB 2016 World Tour.
Jacob Romero wins that heat and will join Omri Laverne in quarterfinal number 1. Don't go back anywhere. We're going to come back right after these commercials and give you the update on what's in store. We'll be back right after this.
Hay un lugar en Gran Canaria que es reducto de tradiciones, un lugar en la costa para contemplar nuestras alturas, un lugar en las alturas para ver la inmensidad del mar. Ven a descubrir nuestro pasado y traerlo hasta el presente. Patrimonio etnográfico, cultural, gastronómico. Altos de Galdar. Saborea nuestro paisaje.
Again, what an incredible morning here at the 2016 Fronton King. The action is not done yet for this day. We do have a call for the competitors at 3:30, and we're going to come back We're going to come back for a 4 p.m. check-in with us here. So that's it. I mean, it was insane today.
It was amazing action this morning. We were just so fired up to move on into round number 4 after completing round 3. So, wow, it's just a great start to another day of competition, and we're hoping to resume competition at 4 p.m. local time, so please tune back in this afternoon.
All right, so that's it. On behalf of David Hubbard and everybody here, we'll see you back later this afternoon. Don't go anywhere. Check out these highlight clips, and then we will see you at 4 p.m. Gran Canaria local time. So we'll see you later.
Yeah, buddy.